Yiwu didn't want to waste any more time. He used a large flame to burn Shinbing. Wang Jiangmo shouted, "No, Shinbing!" In the blazing fire, Shinbing softly said, "In the end, we can finally be together." The great fire not only consumed Shinbing but also burned the memorial photo of him in Qin Rui. Wang Jiangmo, heartbroken, couldn't understand. "Damn it, why are you so stupid? Living is clearly more important. As long as you live, there is hope. Why do you have to give up?" "Foolish." Yiwu calmly replied, "Not everyone has the courage to face despair. There are times when living is more painful than death. This is the pain of this era." He contemplated inwardly, "If I didn't have the kingpin account system, in my desire to become stronger, I might have walked the same path as Shinbing and Senior in Chang. Having this system, is it natural for me or is it luck?" Then, Yiwu said, "Let's go. I will not stop my steps because of this. You can hate me, but do not block my path." Wang Jiangmo shook his head. In this apocalyptic era, weakness is a sin. Without enough power, hatred has no meaning. I still need to use you to help me become stronger. Therefore, I will stand by your side. Yiwu immediately said, "Thank you for your honesty. Now we should go to activate the energy transportation devices." As the two approached the energy core, a dazzling golden formation suddenly appeared in the sky. Yiwu frowned and asked, "What is that formation?" Wang Jiangmo looked up, his voice serious. "That is the exclusive secret art of the Tianquan group. It is a hexagram portal." "But why is it appearing in Zone 1? From within the teleportation formation talisman, countless horrifying beasts rained down like a storm. They shrieked excitedly, "AAA! Eat all humans!" Ha ha ha! Yiwu and Wang Jiangmo were taken aback. A demon beast. Yiwu gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. "It seems that the leaders of your Tianquan have betrayed humanity as well. Bringing the beast teleportation talisman to the safe zone, are you hoping to fish in troubled waters for profit or seeking revenge on Huang Zhang and Han Mo?" Wang Jiangmo, furious, clenched his fists. "This is outrageous. Regardless of their intentions, it is the common people who suffer." Yiwu nodded firmly. "We cannot let them achieve their goals. Change of plans. We can no longer activate the barrier, we must prioritize destroying the teleportation talisman." Wang Jiangmo agreed, "I understand. I will stay here and wait for orders. When you need to activate the energy tower, just contact me." At Safety Zone Number 1, the headquarters, Han Mo, Mo Zunlong, along with Mo Qi and Mo Koenai, were in the meeting room. Mo Zunlong said gravely, "Peace in the Southwest Safety Zone has been maintained for 50 years. Today, are we facing a great disaster of life and death again?" Mo Qi immediately reported, "Father, according to the intelligence just received, the barrier in Zone 1 is a plot by Huang Fudi. The teleportation talisman that the beasts infiltrated through was sabotaged by the technical supervisor of Tian Shuang." Hearing this, Mo Zunlong snorted, "Ha, throwing away relationships so quickly. Huang Fu Sheng and Tian Shuang, neither of them is lacking in ability." Emoko and I commented, "In the safety zone, it seems peaceful, but in reality, an underground current is surging. The grudges accumulated over the past decade finally erupted. I wonder if we can control this situation." In her heart, she thought, "Yiwu, everyone in the safety zone outside the barrier can only rely on you now." Mo Zunlong took a deep breath, his voice contemplative. "Man proposes, God disposes. We only need to focus on doing our part." He turned to Mo Qi and asked, "Does Huang Fu Sheng and Tian Shuang have any movements at the moment?" Mo Qi replied, "None. Apart from the information exchanged earlier, both Huang Fu Sheng and Tian Shuang have remained silent, not making any moves rashly." Mo Zunlong silently thought, "This miraculous state of balance, if it can be maintained, would be great. But I fear that those scheming individuals will not allow us to have our way." At that moment, a teleportation talisman appeared in the sky. From it emanated eerie rays of light, causing everyone to panic. A powerful force is gathering, preparing to explode from the portal. The atmosphere is tense, and everyone seems to sense that something incredibly terrifying is about to descend. From the teleportation talisman, a colossal creature emerged, striking fear into the hearts of the people. That is the world boss Thunder Demon Lin, level 180. With a massive and fierce form, he exuded a destructive aura as if he wanted to annihilate the entire world. Thunder Demon Lin spoke in a majestic, cold voice. Oh, the defense level of this barrier is not bad. Humans are indeed a species that hides in their shells, only knowing how to retreat into their own safety. Behind him was a vast army of monsters, their overwhelming presence suffocating. He glanced over the safe zone and sneered, well, let you live a little longer. After all, my purpose is not here. You all, kill to your heart's content for me. The monsters behind him burst into savage laughter, haha. Kill all the humans. From the top of a building, Yi Wu observed, his gaze sharp. He silently thought, this world boss looks so much like the different Akeo level 12 star from before. Yi Wu continued, it's just a higher level. Without the Shadow King, it's truly not easy to deal with. We can't confront it head on, we must destroy the teleportation talisman first, then lure it to a less populated area to avoid significant casualties. As for the other beasts, let them handle it. After that, Yi Wu commanded, awaken, Bionic Girl Group. The Bionic Girl Group immediately responded, at your command, my master. They soared out of the base, starting the operation to eliminate the beasts. Fire. The bullets were fired with immense attacking power, automatically tracking, leaving the beasts dumbfounded. AAA, what's happening? This kind of high suppression firepower made them scatter in panic, running and screaming. These things are not humans at all. Run fast, AAA. An individual called Azure 14 contacted Yi Wu. This is Azure 14, please give the command, master. Yi Wu issued the command, the boss army is advancing toward you. But there's no need to get close, just focus on exterminating the beasts around you. Additionally, split your forces to guard other safe areas and wait for orders. Azure 14 acknowledged the command, understood, master. After that, he calculated, the front line has almost finished arranging, but the rear still has an important place that needs attention. Although before Huang Zhang's forces took action, Luo Feng and the others had been assigned to the school for defense, now that the war has escalated, they must be redeployed. Yi Wu simultaneously contacted 3 people. The first to respond was the principal. Yi Wu, you suddenly contacted me. Is there some new situation? Ha? Miss Cu is also here? Yi Wu replied, time is of the essence, I will explain everything to everyone. Due to Tian Chuang Group's betrayal, a world boss level 180 has appeared in Area 2, and the beast army is advancing towards other safe zones, with levels ranging from 70 to 90. Cu was surprised, what? The monsters are almost at the levels of the different Akeo, our current defenses definitely cannot handle them, especially since we are still wearing down against Huang Zhang. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Is it another fight with a significant power disparity? Bring it on, I can level up at will again. Senior, what do you need us to do? Yi Wu said, Principal, please help to bring the students and nearby residents to the underground shelter to avoid disaster. Luo Feng and Ruan Tian, you two continue to defend, and I will send reinforcements to assist. Yi Wu continued, on Miss Cu's side, it is best to convince the people from Huangzhang to join forces against us. If it cannot be persuaded, do not force it. Protecting oneself is the top priority, my reinforcements will arrive soon. The 3 of them understood the current situation clearly, and the principal replied, all right, I will do it. After the previous invasion, Miss Mo also sent people to help us strengthen the refuge. Now, dealing with an attack from a level 90 beast should not be a major issue. Cu also said, I understand, Yi Wu, you must pay attention to your safety as well. Luo Feng cheered, Senior, do your best. We will wait for news from you about the elimination of the world boss. After arranging everything for the rear, Yi Wu took to the sky. He thought to himself, with this, there are no more worries for the future, it will all be over soon. Ahead, he encountered 2 monsters. The level 95 Black-Winged Bat King saw Yiwu flying towards him and, thinking he was an easy target, grinned smugly. A fool has come knocking at my door. I haven't even eaten yet today, huh? The level 85 green-eyed birdman next to him joined in. Save me a piece, brother. However, Yiwu flew by like a gust of wind, saying, let it go. The two monsters were instantly engulfed in flames from Yiwu, screaming in pain, AAA. As Yiwu flew closer to the teleportation talisman gate, he unleashed the explosive flame dragon pill 6 link, a distance sufficient to destroy the teleportation talisman. When the teleportation talisman gate was destroyed, Yiwu turned to look at the world boss, contemplating, this way, I can smoothly draw the boss's hatred and leave. However, the Thunder Demon Lin continued to attack the civilians, causing Yiwu to feel puzzled. It actually disregards the destruction of the teleportation talisman? Moreover, it charged straight outside. Could it be that its true intention is to sabotage the main city wall of the safe zone? Worried, Yiwu immediately activated the Shadow Flame form and rushed forward. He said, damn it. Once the city wall is destroyed, the wild beasts will flood in. At that point, the situation will become even more chaotic. This guy looks reckless, but turns out to be cunning like this. I must quickly stop it. Even so, Yiwu's Shadow Flame form only managed to deal 1% of Thunder Demon Lin's health. He was frustrated. What is this? The Shadow Flame form can't do anything to it. This thing is too strong. Is it due to the difference in size? If so, then I can only try to block it, Flame Demon. Yiwu immediately activated Flame Demon control. A gigantic Flame Demon body appeared, blocking Thunder Demon Lin, preventing it from crashing into the buildings and civilians. Yiwu was overjoyed. Great. Finally succeeded in holding the boss. However, Thunder Demon Lin was very strong. It contemptuously said, you think you can stop me with such little power? How na ve? You know nothing about true strength. Then, Thunder Demon Lin used its power to push back the Flame Demon, putting Yiwu in a difficult position. What? It actually used force to push back the Flame Demon? Damn it, with this overwhelming power and defense, what can I do to stop it? Just then, Wang Jiangwo contacted him, and Yiwu asked, Captain Wang, is there any update? Wang Jiangwo replied, I've been watching the situation of your battle closely. To halt this kind of boss, you will need weapons of equal caliber. Immediately go to the address I sent you. It hides the secret invention of Tian Xuan, a humanoid weapon, which should be useful to you. Yiwu responded, Tian Xuan has this kind of thing? Okay, I'll go take a look. But then he hesitated. Although the distance to the secret weapon is not far, as long as I leave the battle, I can't hold the boss. What should I do? Suddenly, Yiwu came up with an idea. That's right. I still have that. Then he commanded, you should appear now, come here. The army of the insect species. Immediately, he summoned the magic crystal insect heart, and the system announced, summon magic crystal insect heart is a special ability that only those with royal blood can use, allowing the summoning of an endless army of the insect species to fight. The insect species appeared in a grand manner, their numbers increasing rapidly. The scene caused everyone to panic and worry. The screams echoed, it's the insect species. The insect species are starting to invade. We're doomed. However, some quickly noticed something unusual. They don't even bother to look at us. What is going on? Moreover, they are attacking the boss. In the sky, the insect species flew around, shooting beams from their mouths, attacking the monsters. The monster, enraged, roared, AAA, damn it! You insects dare to lay hands on me! No, you are not the insect species from the present world. What on earth is this? At this moment, everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Some began to doubt, exclaiming in disbelief, could it be that they are protecting us? How is this possible? How can the insect species protect humans? Yiwu stood to the side and, seeing this, showed a sense of relief. It's effective now. Although the attack power is still insufficient,
it's enough to disturb the boss's state and resentment. This way, we can buy a little time. Quickly go check out Tian Chuan's secret weapon.
Having said that, Yi Wu immediately cast teleportation magic to the hidden base underground of Tian Chuan Group. In front of him, a tall black humanoid robot appeared. On the robot was labeled Dragon Hunter 4 version, with a level reaching 165. Yi Wu was somewhat surprised, muttering, "Is this the secret humanoid weapon of Tian Chuan? The level is fine, but the appearance is not my taste." He turned to Aivis and asked, "Can this be modified a bit?" Aivis confidently replied, "It can be done, but it will take time." Yi Wu nodded and ordered, "Then start quickly. I want to fight side by side with my old teammates again." Aivis swiftly accepted the command and began the task. A series of energies radiated out, with thousands of lightning bolts enveloping the Dragon Hunter. The structural analysis process has been completed, followed by disassembly and reorganization to carry out the enhancement operation.
Countdown time 15 minutes. Countdown time 5 minutes. Enhancement completed. After the enhancement, the Dragon Hunter had evolved into Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version. Yi Wu looked at the mech before him, unable to hide his satisfaction. "This is the mech of my dreams." Yi Wu continued, "Long time no see, teammate. Let's go, so that guy knows my strength." On this side, the monster was very angry, shouting, "Stop disturbing me, you bug." Using damaged attacks to kill the small insect species that dared to attack it at this moment. The two reporters beside were not afraid of danger at all, on the contrary, they were cheerfully running forward with their cameras to capture footage. The camera is unmanned, no way to get close, only able to shoot handheld at a close distance. Although it's dangerous, this battle footage is truly valuable.
The shock of the great battle of the insect species monster world, the reason behind it being this.
Tomorrow's headline is mine. Ha ha.
The girl beside was a bit more timid, said worriedly, "Senior, is your topic related to the fake negative news that appeared earlier about Huang Zhen? But we should still hurry up. This place is really too dangerous." The reporter rushed forward, replying, "Don't be afraid, let me take you flying one time." But just then, the shockwave shattered everything, turning it all to smoke. The abyssal mammoth weevil was hit and fell down to the ground. Now it was only at 20% health. Everyone was truly shocked, and the insect species actually came to save humans. Everyone was buzzing. Tomorrow's headline will have new materials, truly shocking. Amidst the conversation, a monster standing aside sneered, "To be part of an insect species yet protect humanity, how ridiculous." The abyssal mammoth weevil, furious, slowly stood up, coughed a few times, and roared back, "Who said my master is human? If he has the right to command us, I will definitely risk my safety for him." Hearing this, the monster grew even angrier, erupting with rage. It stomped its foot hard, causing the abyssal mammoth weevil to once again crumble to the ground. "A human as a master? Is it that kid from before? How could you accept such a human as your master? The dignity of our beast kind is truly tarnished by worthless creatures like you. Weakness only leads to one path, death." Even with blood and energy running low, the abyssal mammoth weevil still struggled to respond. "Dying alongside us is nothing regrettable, as long as I fulfill the mission my master entrusted to me." The beast roared, "Mission? What mission?" At that moment, from a distance, a cannonball shot straight towards them, striking the beast's back, causing it to roar, "Who? Who dares to ambush me?" Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version, confidently retorted, "Who else could it be but me? What? Do you remember me?" After saying that, he unleashed his full firepower in front of him. Beast, caught off guard, had to retreat to defend himself. Beast smirked mockingly, "The mecha, you actually have some skill. No wonder you can make those bugs loyal and devoted. Although indeed, according to some values, you can only enhance the frail bodies of your kind, but you'll never compare to my perfect body, honed through countless trainings." After that, he braced himself, displaying the power of Thunder Demon level 180. In this urgent situation, the system suddenly flashed a warning message, "Warning, warning, ammunition depleted." Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version, also found himself in a difficult position, murmuring, "This beast is really tough.
I've exhausted my ammunition and he's only lost 30% of his health.
However, the focus of my upgrades this time isn't on firepower but on close combat." Taking advantage of the moment, he rushed in and threw a strong punch at Beast, causing his opponent to lose another 10% of health.
Beast laughed loudly, mocking, "Is that all the strength you have?"
After saying that, Beast retaliated fiercely against Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version. He felt a bit panicked as his health dropped to only 60%. In his heart, he was bewildered, thinking, "So strong.
In addition to defense, his attack power is equally impressive?"
He fell and caused the entire building to collapse. Fortunately, this battle took place in a construction area with a low population density, otherwise, the clash between the two giants could have involved countless people. He thought to himself, "Now, if I only rely on Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version, I cannot defeat the beast. I need to change my strategy. If its goal is to attack the main city, then I will take advantage of the technique to enhance the defensive strength of the city walls to prevent the beast from breaking in. As for the high-level monster, I will prolong the fight for as long as possible." Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version, launched missiles into the sky.
The abyssal mammoth weevil smugly said, "Now you think of running away, isn't it too late?" It laughed maliciously. But before it could finish its sentence, it realized it was being held back by something. What is this?" Thousands of modified self-exploding devices clung to its body and exploded in succession. The abyssal mammoth weevil screamed in pain and anger, its health percentage dropping to 50. "Enough. Don't think that using these tricks will allow you to win against me. I have lost interest in you, go die." After holding on for a while, Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version, had completed the enhancement of the city walls, so it confidently responded, "I am not so arrogant as to think I can defeat you, I am just thinking of ways to thwart your schemes." The boss smiled sinisterly, "Yet you managed to see through my intentions. As a human, that is quite impressive. Could it be that you've killed different Akeo?" That's quite possible. But do you really think that reinforcing the city walls can stop my beast army?" Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version, looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" At that moment, an urgent report was transmitted. "Report, Master. There is an emergency. Safe Zone 2 has detected a new teleportation talisman. The beast army is pouring in again. I'm sending the images to you." Yiwu was stunned and could hardly believe it. "What? This teleportation talisman is the gate of flesh and blood void?" Yiwu murmured, his face filled with astonishment. "I never expected a new teleportation talisman to be set up in Zone 2. Could this be their real goal? Damn it, this must be a premeditated strategy. A strategy using high-level monsters to draw the main fire, then taking the opportunity to invade the rear. Could it be that high-level beasts have evolved intelligence?" Suddenly, a monster attacked, cutting off all of Yiwu's thoughts and shattering Scarlet Phantom, the strong attack version. The boss continued to speak, his voice filled with provocation. "Are you underestimating me, or have you become so desperate that you've lost your fighting spirit?" Yiwu hurriedly spread his wings and jumped outside. He said, "Goodbye, comrade. Your mission has been accomplished. I look forward to our next meeting." The boss interjected, his cold laughter echoing, "Letting go? This is just meaningless resistance." As soon as the words left his mouth, the boss crushed everything, destroying it all. A loud explosion rang out, and Yiwu quickly fled from the scene. He told himself, "I must quickly return to destroy the second teleportation talisman. In the short time before the boss launches another round of explosions, I have to find a way to deal with him." After flying for a while, Yiwu suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the scene before him. In the sky, the sun and the moon hung side by side. He thought in astonishment, "Does this mean my system can simultaneously summon the Twin Witch?" The system spoke up with a warning. Although the underlying mechanism of the account allows for this method, it is not recommended for use. Because the magic power consumed will be 4 times the normal amount. Furthermore, after the summoning, you will be debuffed into a forbidden magic state.
The system explained, in the forbidden magic state, you will not be able to use any magic, and the duration can last up to 24 hours. At that moment, the boss had caught up. He sneered, his voice full of killing intent, "I have endured your ridiculous attacks long enough. Initially, I didn't want to pay attention to an insignificant insect like you, but now I must kill you." In a rush, Yi Wu had no other choice. "No matter the cost, I will do it without fail." He raised his voice firmly, "Hear my summoning command and come. Appear, twin witches Avril and Avna." The boss widened his eyes in surprise, standing still to see what Yi Wu was planning. He sneered, "Magic is so ridiculous. What can a mere spell do to me?" Just as the summoning ritual was completed, the twin witches appeared, immediately attacking and annihilating the boss. Both said in unison, "Thank you for your summoning, master. Your enemy has been completely destroyed. Do you have any further commands?" Avril, standing beside, couldn't help but yell in anger, "Wait, Avna! Don't steal my lines, you idiot!" Yi Wu felt dizzy, unable to suppress a grimace. "Ah! My head hurts." It seems summoning the two witches at once is still a bit too much. But I must persevere. Seeing Yi Wu in pain, the two witches hurriedly asked in unison, "Master, are you okay?" Avril, annoyed, turned to Avna. "Get out of my way, Avna. Can't you see Master is suffering like this? It must be because of your dark energy." Avna refused to back down, retorting sharply, "Why not you disappear instead? Your blinding energy is the one putting pressure on Master." The two parties argued incessantly. "It can't be like this. The Master has summoned me before, and now it's the second time. I was here first." "What?" Avna exclaimed, unable to accept it, asking again. While the two were arguing fiercely, Boss suddenly came back to life. "Ah, so noisy. Kid, you haven't died yet?" Everyone immediately turned back, looking at Ghana with disbelief. "Huh? You're still alive under the full force of our attacks? Your skin is so tough it's astonishing." Avari seized the opportunity, promptly blaming, "It's definitely because you, Avna, didn't use your full power, that's why this creature was lucky to survive." Avna retorted angrily, "What are you saying?" It turns out Thunder Demon Lin had merely fainted. He still had 1% health left. To be able to force a top-tier defender like me into this situation, you all are indeed not bad. But just one step short, my mission could have been completed. Therefore, I will sacrifice my life to pave the way for the swarm to level up. Saying that, Boss unexpectedly unleashed his power, using locked rage. This is his racial trait, burning his life force to exchange for the state of locked rage, which has the ability to nearly defend against all attacks. However, this state only lasts for 1 minute, and afterward, he will surely die. Yi Wu panicked. "Not good, the boss wants to destroy the main wall within 1 minute of becoming champion, we need to think of a way to stop it." He hurriedly asked the twin witches, "Do you not have any ultimate technique that can negate the boss's blood saturation state?" Avna replied, "We do have one, but this technique consumes an enormous amount of magic power and will also put greater pressure on the master." Avril added, "The most important thing is, I absolutely do not want to cooperate with Avna to use the same technique. The situation is already extremely urgent, the boss has obtained a 100% energy shield." Yi Wu saw that the two witches were unwilling to cooperate. He quickly urged, "Although I can understand that you were born with conflicting attributes, you need to put that aside for now and focus your spiritual power to take down the boss for me. Otherwise, what use do I have for you?" Seeing Yi Wu's serious attitude, the two witches truly felt a bit scared and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, master, we will comply." Saying that, each witch grabbed one of Yi Wu's hands. He felt a bit confused and spoke up, "Wait a minute, what do you want to do?" Avna calmly said, "If we want to fuse, then of course it must be done with the master." "What?" Yi Wu did not have time to prepare himself when the light appeared, summoned into battle. They had fused into twin-star demon god cows. At that moment, the boss's energy shield vanished, leaving only 20% of its integrity. The boss, seeing the fusion, wondered, "What are you doing?" As long as I have not released the locked rage state, all attacks against me are useless. I will die, but I will never be killed by you. As soon as the words left the boss's mouth, he was pulled into another space. Ha! Where is this place? The boss was surprised. Just a glance and I've been dragged in here. This must be an illusion. A massive source of energy emerged from the solar matrix, passing through the battlefield matrix, directly entering the twin-star demon god cows. At this moment, twin-star demon god cows remained very confident. No need, no matter what tricks you use, you can't break my locked rage. Twin-star demon god cows basically paid no attention to the boss's words. They unleashed the magic dimension of sun and moon convergence, directly attacking the boss. The boss was smashed to pieces, crying out in pain, why do you use a power that transcends the norms of this world? Twin-star demon god cows stood by, not intervening, as the boss fell from the sky and turned to dust. The mission was complete, and it was time for the twin witches to leave. Avril bid farewell to Yiwu. I can only accompany you this far, master. The next time we meet will be a long time away. We will be very lonely. Avna also spoke up, please do not forget us. We will be ready, waiting for your next summoning. Farewell, master. Yiwu jumped to the ground, his expression weary. Even though he had defeated this powerful boss, the feeling of his body being hollowed out was truly uncomfortable. The system notification appeared. This battle consumed 40% of your magic power. You have entered a forbidden magic state. For the next 120 hours, you cannot summon the twin witches again. Yiwu really did not expect that the battle would consume more than 40% of his magic power, one strike costing him 400 magic power. No wonder it's a higher tier magic, he thought, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Although he had never thought he would become a savior, at least the task of preventing the collapse of the entire safe zone was a consolation. Now only the mission of the teleportation talisman in the second area remained. Yiwu continued, but no matter how urgent the time is, the loot must be collected. Let's see what equipment we have harvested this time. The system displayed a notification, congratulations, host, for killing the world monster. You have received 80 million experience, 10 million magic power, 150 million gold coins, 500 level 160 epic grade magic crystals, and a territory key, which can be opened with a key. The territory is based on plunder. Using this key can activate the personal territory of strange beasts. The higher the level, the greater the danger faced. Please use it with caution. The system continued, demon wings, a flying cloak that can enhance physical defense, magic, and flying speed. You have gained the qualification to travel in the demon dimension. Upon hearing this, Yiwu was delighted. The items are not many, but all of them are of high quality. I have accumulated 2 territory keys now. After this crisis passes, I must use them to rake in money. What else is mentioned in the demon wings about the demon dimension? Forget it, I will study it later. The top priority now is to quickly resolve the teleportation talisman gate in Area 2. Yiwu asked the system, what is the situation of the teleportation talisman gate now? The system replied, Master, there are many high-level beasts nearby the teleportation talisman gate, around levels 90 to 100. We currently have 20 people, but we still cannot break through the blockade. Additionally, 10 more people are on their way. After equipping his weapon, Yiwu immediately jumped forward. Got it, you all focus on reducing the number of beasts, I'll handle the teleportation talisman. The system replied, yes. He suddenly thought, there is one thing I have always noticed. The strange beast before once said a line about dedicating its life to pave the way for the swarm to level up. But what does this path to level up mean? The beasts wanting to level up must certainly consume humans, but that can only be low-level beasts. So, could this path to level up be for high-level beasts, or a means to help the strange beast level up? Before long, Yiwu had flown to the bright red gate. He thought to himself, the speed of this demon wings is truly astonishing. It seems that demons are indeed better suited for dark flames. Furthermore, the forbidden magic state before did not seem to affect the other accounts.
Is this the benefit of having multiple accounts? Next, I just need to destroy the last teleportation talisman to end this battle.
Immediately, Yiwu unleashed the flame dragon incendiary bullet, striking directly at the teleportation talisman. Suddenly, the teleportation talisman emitted a bright light and began to move. A level board appeared, but the data was unclear. The figure in the teleportation talisman is. Suddenly, Yiwu activated the Eye of Positioning, his gaze darkening. He was surprised. The Eye of Positioning activated on its own? Could it be sensing the tremendous pressure from the teleportation talisman? The monster behind the teleportation talisman finally appeared. It is a level 300 Demon King, the Lord of Shenwu at level 300. The malice emanating from it is truly frightening.
Yiwu's body could no longer move. Is this the pressure of level 300? Just one glance, one powerful aura was enough to render me unable to breathe. Yiwu firmly said, "We cannot let it escape from the teleportation talisman, otherwise, that monster will flee."
At this moment, Yiwu's 4 female subordinates also appeared.
They apologized, saying, "Sorry, master, we were late."
Yiwu simply replied, "It's alright, consider it as arriving just in time. You all continue to eliminate the other monsters."
All 4 responded clearly in unison, "Understood."
Yiwu, with a frightening expression, silently thought, "It has been a long time since I experienced such a feeling of helplessness and fear emanating from the very depths of my soul. This pressure, compared to the ancient gods in my dreams before, is truly more realistic. The true nature of this level.
Is it really level 300? Yiwu continued, "That's too exaggerated. Even the history books in school don't have specific records of how high the upper level of this world truly is."
Suddenly, a level 110 exotic bat attacked from behind Yiwu. It roared, "Dare to disrupt our teleportation talisman, I will swallow you whole." Yiwu stood still, waiting for the monster to come closer. As it approached, he suddenly struck out with a palm, causing it to scream, "AAA."
He thought to himself, "What am I afraid of? So what if it's level 300?
Then he raised his sword in front of him, his gaze firm, telling himself, "I will clear all the obstacles in my path. No matter how high the level of my opponent is, I will not stop until I become the strongest." After a moment, 4 female subordinates returned, reporting to the master, "The beasts within a 500-meter radius have been cleared.
Please instruct on the next action." Yiwu nodded and replied, "Well done.
Next, continue to maintain the subgroup actions as before, heading to the safe zones, and continue to eliminate the remaining beasts."
All of them responded in unison, "Understood, master."
Then they quickly left, and Yiwu asked, "Hey, Miss Siyu, I remember that each safe zone has a radar station to monitor the quantity and location of beasts.
Do you have the authority to check it?" She replied, "Yes.
But right now, all the radar stations before the beast's entry have been sabotaged by someone else.
Currently, they are in the process of being repaired." He said, "So, could you please send me all the radar coordinates?"
She replied, "Just a moment."
He gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, "Now I must know the exact number and location of the remaining beasts. I can't allow any of them to escape.
They must all be exterminated before we can open the barrier. I can only hope that the situation inside the barrier isn't too tense." At Sector 5, at the monitoring radar station, the staff looked at the severely damaged equipment and cursed in frustration, "Damn it, fixing these things is too troublesome. That damned Tian Shuang made them, but I don't have any spare parts at all.
Where the hell can I find them now?" Suddenly, the loud noises outside went silent. One person suspiciously said, "Huh? Why did the gunfire outside stop? Could it be everyone has been killed by the beasts?"
Another person retorted, fear evident in their voice, Don't say that.
If it really is like that, won't we definitely die too?" In panic, they fired their guns continuously at the door. One person shouted, "A. Don't come over here."
The door opened, and Yiwu stepped in calmly. Fortunately, he had a shield, otherwise, he would have been pierced by those bullets. Everyone in the room was surprised by his appearance. No need to worry, the beasts outside have all been eliminated by me.
Everyone is safe now. Someone said, "Is this true?" "Thank you so much."
One of them spoke up, "I truly apologize for shooting at you."
"Are you alright, young man?" Yi Wu replied, "I'm fine, the ones who should be thanked are me."
You all did not shy away from danger and steadfastly held your positions. Just this alone is enough for all the citizens in the safe zone to respect you.
He said, "Holding the position is only natural, right?"
Another person said with a tough demeanor, "I'm not the kind of person who fears death."
"But, let's be honest, who are you? This place is not for a kid like you to come up to."
Yi Wu calmly answered, "I came to help repair the radar station."
Hearing this, the staff in the room were astonished. "Huh? Are you joking? What can a kid like you do?"
One person mocked and added, "Hey, don't touch my radar.
If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it."
Just then, the system announced, "The radar station has been fully repaired."
The room fell silent in astonishment.
The radar system monitoring the safe zone displayed the waves, scanning the number and distribution of beasts in the area.
After a few seconds, the scanning results were complete. The number of invading beasts remaining in the safe zone is 486. A staff member shouted, "What? Did you really fix the entire radar? I'm not dreaming, am I?"
The whole group of employees gasped, "I didn't expect it could be repaired so easily, something even the senior couldn't do."
One person in the group asked, "Hey, kid, what exactly is your background?"
Yi Wu just waved his hand, turned around, but did not forget to leave a sentence, "I'm just an ordinary person with a passionate heart." 486 beasts are not too dangerous, it shouldn't be a problem to leave them to them.
However, the beasts concentrated at the school, I need to deal with them personally. The important thing is that I need to ask the principal some matters.
At that moment, in the safe zone beneath the school, Tian Tian and Luofeng were trying to block the swarm of beasts outside the door.
A beast growled, "If we can break through this door, we can have a feast." "Ha ha!"
Tian Tian shouted, "Principal, you and the teachers need to retreat inside.
We will hold on for a while longer." The principal shook his head and said, "How can I let you face the danger instead of us?"
Tian Tian confidently replied, "Principal, don't worry, luckily we have trained a little in the dungeon before.
I can handle these monsters."
At this moment, Tian Tian still had 85% of his health, but Luofeng was not much better, with only 70% left.
Luofeng reminded, "Everyone must be careful." Suddenly, a purple flame erupted from somewhere, incinerating the entire swarm of beasts. Yi Wu walked in nonchalantly, looked around and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Someone shouted, "Senior Yi Wu." The principal approached to praise, "I didn't expect that in such a short time apart, you have grown to this extent. You are truly the pride of our academy."
Yi Wu, being polite, replied, "Principal, you flatter me. Facing that strange beast world just now was merely a narrow victory after a fierce battle.
How can a level 180 be so high?
The world boss is only level 90 after all." Yi Wu, with his purple eyes, said, "This is also my question, but that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that just now I saw a terrifying level 300 boss in the teleportation talisman."
Hearing this, everyone was in a panic. "What? Level 300? Yi Wu, you're not joking, are you?"
Such an absurd thing is truly about to shatter human worldviews.
Yi Wu replied, "Unfortunately, this is the truth.
Therefore, Principal, I now have 2 questions I would like to ask you.
First, what is the actual level of Earth after the era of the global drought? Is there a specific record?
Second, according to the Academy's documents, in the past 100 years, the level of invading beasts has never exceeded level 180.
Why have there been continuous appearances of levels 90, 180, and even 300 recently? What is their true purpose?" The principal responded, "You have finally realized this issue, haven't you?"
Principal sighed heavily, "It seems that the time has come. You all follow me. Next, you will see and hear top secret news like never before. The group followed, and they arrived at the hidden library underground. Until now, they had no idea that the school concealed such an ancient library. This place is a forbidden area, only the principals of past generations were allowed to enter, but this rule is no longer important. I will answer the first question from the student, Yi Wu. The principal called out a student's name, and then he continued, everyone knows that there are too many ranks on the ranking chart, right? Previous scholars studied and concluded that it is a protective mechanism to prevent witnessing too great a gap, causing people to feel despair. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Moreover, this also creates confusion in determining the world's rank limit. How high the maximum level is remains unclear. Some predict it to be level 999, while others say it is level 9999. However, as scholars researched more deeply, they fell deeper into despair, eventually unable to bear it and committing suicide. After that, no one dared to study or care about the limit of the world's ranks anymore. He responded, indeed, in a world like this, humans have to face all sorts of survival pressures. If they have to confront the vast discrepancy head-on, it would be insane not to. Just like me, I only heard about level 300 before, and my body was already trembling uncontrollably. Yi Wu continued to ask, so principal, what is the highest level that humans or beasts have achieved so far? Surely this is documented? The principal replied, the highest level that humans have ever known was achieved by the heroes from 150 years ago, those who once saved humanity in dire situations. Their levels all reached 500. According to ancient standards, level 100 is equivalent to 1 second, so they were referred to as level 5 seconds. Yi Wu exclaimed in surprise, level 500? Oh my, are these still humans? Could it be that only these 5 people could stabilize the world? This truly is top secret information that I have never heard before. He continued to plead, Principal, I want to know more, please tell me further. The principal nodded and explained, after the major corporations led by the 3 great heroes defeated the beasts and stabilized the balance of the earth, they divided and built 5 large safe zones across the country. From these 5 large zones, after at least 100 years of development, many medium and small safe zones have been established. The Southwest Safety Zone, where we are currently located, was built based on the foundation of the Southwest Security Zone. Being situated in a relatively safe inland area, over 100 years, there have been almost no high-level monsters infiltrating. The principal continued, in addition to the necessary manpower to build the safe zone, there is the most important factor, the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal. This is the ultimate liquid energy source, extremely rare, hidden deep within the earth. It serves as both the foundation for constructing the safe zone and the true reason for the continuous incursions of beasts over the past century. Someone remarked, I never expected that such a great secret was buried beneath the safe zone. Ultimate liquid energy? Does it have similar properties to fossil fuels in ancient times? The principal nodded, that's right. I remember reading in a history book that people in ancient times often waged wars over this type of raw fossil fuel. Back then, having energy meant having everything. But what about the beasts? He continued, the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal was discovered by 5 great heroes. Despite over 100 years of research, humanity has only managed to harness its superficial effects as an extremely powerful energy source. However, for the beasts, its effects are far greater than we can imagine. Therefore, even if we cannot fully exploit it, we absolutely must not allow the beasts to obtain it. Otherwise, the consequences would be utterly terrifying. He pondered for a moment, then asked, as for why there has been a frequent influx of high-level beasts recently, I suspect that besides targeting the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal, there is another reason, such as some energy source that has attracted them. This is just my initial speculation. Yi Wu suddenly thought, some kind of energy is attracting, damn it. Isn't it talking about me? Since I awakened the Kingpin account system, the level of the invading beasts has been continuously rising. And that super-concentrated liquid magic crystal. Could it be the upgrade path that the bot mentioned before? Truly worth it. Yi Wu took a deep breath and told himself, now I need to focus on clearing out the remaining beasts in the safe zone.
Once I get through the immediate danger, then I can think further about these two issues.
At this moment, in safe zone number 1, the headquarters received a new report.
Han-mo reported, the level 180 beast that appeared from the previously mentioned teleportation talisman has been entirely eliminated. All teleportation talismans have been destroyed. Currently, most of the beasts in the safe zone have been eradicated.
The casualty rate among civilians and the extent of equipment damage are both lower than expected. The one who accomplished all this is the captain of the Royal Battle Team, Yi Wu.
Someone in the meeting room exclaimed, unable to hide their astonishment, is the intelligence accurate? Are you sure you're not mistaken?
Han-mo nodded, answering confidently, even though our communication with the outside world has been cut off, we established an intelligence relay station at the border of the barrier from the start. This way, even though Zone 1 lost contact with the outside world, we could still exchange information face to face.
The intelligence is definitely accurate.
The head of the headquarters praised, well done.
Kagi really has a good eye for people.
Yi Wu is truly a significant surprise.
With such strength, it seems he really intends to overthrow Huang Zhang, and that's not just empty talk.
He continued, these are all things you should do, and it is also due to my wise decision that Yi Wu has the opportunity to showcase his skills.
Well done, Yi Wu. You have never disappointed me. But you have helped me time and again, saved me. How should I repay this kindness?
Suddenly, a guard rushed in, panicked, to report, Chairman. Tian Shuang and Huang Zhang have joined forces, gathering nearly 2,000 people and are preparing to launch an attack on us.
He exclaimed, what? 2,000 people?
Our strategy, along with the MO attack team, only has about 200 people.
How could they have so many?
Another person spoke up to coordinate the staff. The troop deployments of the 3 major corporations in Zone 1 are relatively transparent. The movement of personnel is also strictly managed. Now, with Huang Zhang and Tian Shuang suddenly appearing with so many people, there is only one possibility: they had planned this in advance and used some secret route to move their forces into Zone 1. A worried voice rang out, could it be that when I warned you all to be careful of Huang Zhang, it was just about this? She replied, that's right, this information was all gathered by Yi Wu through intelligence efforts.
But at that time, I knew you all completely doubted its accuracy. Another person angrily gritted his teeth, damn it.
Now not only Huang Zhang, but even Tian Shuang is involved. With the disadvantage in numbers, we can only rely on quality to make up for it.
He said, I will let MO attack team take the initiative, striking them before they can react. She replied, you can't act recklessly, the enemy outnumbers us by far.
Even if MO attack team can temporarily gain the upper hand, the opponent will find a way to pin them down.
Once the Special Forces team can't retreat, the headquarters here will be in danger. He responded, then what do you suggest? She answered, the current situation can only be stabilized temporarily.
We need to send someone to negotiate with the 2 corporations to buy time while waiting for external reinforcements.
He replied, reinforcements from the outside? Do you mean Yi Wu? Can we really put our fate in the hands of a kid? She retorted, I'll say it again, he's not a kid.
He has killed world bosses twice and saved the people of the safe zone multiple times.
He is a hero. He said, all right then.
I agree with Kun Yi's suggestion.
But the problem is, in this critical situation, who will go negotiate?
She said, naturally, it has to be the one who proposed this.
Everyone was shocked, what? Emochi looked at Moko and I with concern and said, no way, Ko and I.
This is too dangerous.
Are you insane? In this hopeless situation, why would you want to go and seek death yourself? Can't we just find someone else? Emoko and I ignored his words, simply smirking confidently, this has to be me.
She continued, changing to other people fundamentally cannot achieve the effect of prolonging time. Don't worry, I've gone through a lot of life and death situations already, I have experience in dealing with them.
Mo Zunlong remained deep in thought at the table, slightly lowering his head, pondering to himself, has my child grown up to this extent, Koen-I? Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up, instructing, then you should bring the Mo gang team and all other combat forces to help you. Remember, try to avoid direct conflict. Mo Koen-I quickly responded, understood, father. Mo Chi, standing aside, had to swallow his anger and grit his teeth. This kind of dangerous matter should have been entrusted to me, yet you took the initiative to handle it yourself. Are you foolish? Koen-I, we have been competing for so long, do not let yourself die at the hands of outsiders. Outside, the beasts were frantically looking for a way to escape, complaining, damn it, we clearly came to torture them, why are we the ones being tortured? The teleportation talisman is gone, the leader has been killed, where should we run to now? Suddenly, a slash flew in, causing the beasts to be taken down in the blink of an eye. Twin which quickly summarized, the number of beasts remaining is 28, their positions have been marked, and members have been sent to eliminate them. Avna followed up, Master, our victory is assured. Yi Wu led the way ahead, cheerfully saying, well done. The beast situation in the safe zone is pretty much under control, but there's one important matter related to fate that must be drawn to a perfect conclusion. Avna, hearing Yi Wu say this, scratched her head in confusion. Mission? What is that? Yi Wu leisurely replied, well, you will understand sooner or later. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the wall in Safe Zone 9, a vehicle was speeding down the road. Huang Fude was inside, driving with a crazed and terrifying demeanor. He shouted, damn it, the teleportation talisman is destroyed, the beasts have been wiped out. Is Yi Wu even human? My combat power seems to have been completely destroyed. I can't stay in this southwest safety zone anymore. Huang Fude continued to mutter to himself, even if Yi Wu doesn't come looking for trouble with me, my brother will definitely come after me because of my plot against him. I must go to the secret base in the wilderness to avoid the storm. After Yi Wu deals with my brother, I will quietly return to counterattack. Suddenly, a girl jumped down from the top of the car, cutting off Huang Fude's train of thought. She smashed the car window, causing him to startle in fear. What is this? Who are you? Huang Fude shouted, his eyes filled with surprise as he recognized the face in front of him, Azure 8. The girl said nothing, quickly stepping onto the car's roof before jumping down. The car lost control, rolled back, and crashed into a tree, exploding violently. Huang Fude roared in anger, you, damn it, why are you here? He kicked the car door open, stepping out with a furious expression, shouting loudly, what do you want? Suddenly appearing and scaring me like this. Not seeing the girl respond, Huang Fude gritted his teeth, changing his tone, what about Kid Ji Wu? Did you kill him or? He stopped when he realized the girl was still standing silently, her gaze full of challenge. He took out the control button, frantically pressing it, is that so? Do you think you have a chance to fight against me? This time, I will erase your personality and emotions. You will completely become my toy and killing tool. Azure 8 smiled faintly, slowly drawing out a sharp sword. What are you smiling about? Huang Fude stammered as he saw her cold gaze. How is this possible? He shouted in astonishment, why are you not under control? This can't be. The controller can't be broken. What? What is going on? The girl did not answer, the sword in her hand gleaming with a cold light, preparing to end him. Azure 8 did not give Huang Fude a chance to say more. She directly thrust her sword forward, piercing through his hand and firmly embedding it into the ground. Huang Fude, in pain, cursed, ouch. What the hell do you want to do, Azure 8? She stared at him coldly and said, of course, I want to kill you. But don't worry, I won't end your life right away. I will slowly torture you, making you suffer to the point of wanting to die. An intense aura of killing intent radiated from Azure 8, causing Huang Fude to feel a sense of terror. He inwardly thought, damn it. Has the control period over her ended? At first, to avoid her excessive consumption, I set a time limit. Now it seems I shouldn't have been so merciful. But no matter, I can just control her again.
Suppressing the pain, Huang Fude used his other hand to pull the sword out of the hand that had been pierced. Gritting his teeth in agony, he said, "How dare you lay a hand on your master? Just wait and see how I handle you." His whole body trembled, sweat pouring down heavily. He shouted, "Eh! Ouch! Why hasn't the feeling of pain stopped yet?" Azurate looked at him with a gloomy gaze, a faint smile on her lips, "Because my magic has disrupted your simulation system. If I am your highest masterpiece, then I will naturally use human techniques on my own body. Disturbing the system is truly too simple. Can you feel it? This bone deep suffering. But even so, it is still not enough, never enough. All the pain I have endured will be returned to you 100,000 times over." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in Azurate's hand plunged deeper into his palm. He screamed in agony, "Eh! It hurts. Why?" Azurate bent down, her gaze icy as she replied, "Because I have truly gained my freedom." Huang Fude was in excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back, the corners of his eyes welling with tears, his body soaked with sweat. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Could it be you? Did he lift the control over you? Impossible. The control implants have fully fused into your body. It is absolutely impossible to completely lift it without destroying the body." Azurate raised her head, her face clearly showing a deep-seated hatred. Yet she maintained her calm demeanor, looking at him and saying, "So you completely do not understand Yi Wu. He is a boy who can turn decay into miracles. Even your positioning coordinates were provided to me by him. Otherwise, how could I have found you so easily?" Huang Fude exclaimed in horror, "What? Damn it! Why didn't I discover his power earlier? Why could someone so strong not be utilized by me?" He lamented, his voice full of bitterness, "If I had his help, I would have long since dominated the entire Southwest safety zone." "Damn it!" Azurate approached, looking down from above, her tone cold, "You are mistaken. Yi Wu does not belong to anyone. He only belongs to himself." After finishing her words, she lifted her foot, preparing to stomp on Huang Fude. Huang Fude, in panic, quickly said, "No. Don't. Wait, we can talk. There's still a way back." His screams were cut off as his entire body began to freeze. In the final moments before the ice completely enveloped him, he angrily cursed, "Even if I die, you won't escape. Huang Zhang will never forgive you." Azurate replied leisurely, her tone indifferent, "Don't worry, soon Huang Zhang will meet the same fate as you." As Huang Fude's entire body was completely encased in ice, Azurate coldly delivered a powerful kick, shattering the ice into pieces. She looked at the fragments, whispering, "Goodbye to my past, and to this damned mission." The system announced, "You have received 1 million experience points and 5 million coins. The secret treasury key is located in the Hong area, with enormous assets to support its re-emergence." Azurate held the key in his hand, looked up at the blue sky, and thought, "It's true, Yi Wu does not belong to anyone, so he will not belong to me either. I just want to help him be happy, that is enough. Moreover, this key will definitely make him very happy." At Zone 1, in front of the Han Mo group, Emoko and I stood with her hands on her hips and said, "This is really too ostentatious, Uncle Huang." Huang Fu Sheng stood above, disdainfully saying, "Han Mo actually sent a girl to negotiate. Behind him is a tank with many soldiers lined up neatly, ready to await combat orders." Huang Fu Sheng, at level 100, frowned and spoke, "Where is Han Mo Long? Where is Han Chi? The men of your Mo family are all turtle-necked, are they?" Dingjin Tian, at level 95, stood beside him, staring intently at Emoko and I and said, The men of the Mo family have been cowardly like this for a long time." Emoko and I crossed her arms and looked straight at him, seriously saying, "Since the negotiation was proposed by me, I should be the one to represent, and speaking of this small matter, I can handle it alone, no need to trouble brother and father." Huang Fu Sheng smirked and said, "No wonder you are her daughter, you resemble her a lot from back then, bold and with vision." He paused briefly, his expression shifting slightly when mentioning Mo Kuni's mother. If your mother were still alive, the one holding Han Mo now should be her, because Han Mo is the territory she built. Such a pity. Mo Kuni's gaze flashed with killing intent. She said in a deep voice, "No need to bring up family matters, let's get straight to the point, state your conditions." Huang Fu Sheng raised his hand holding the cigarette and pointed at Mo Kuei, saying, "Refreshing, among the 9 districts of the southwestern region, right now your Han Mo is holding 5 districts, 1, 3, 5, 8, and 9. My condition is to give districts 1, 3, and 5 to Huang Zhang, district 8 to Tian Shang, that way I will kindly allow you to keep 1 life. You can drag out a bit of your last breath in district 9, so that you won't end up entirely defeated in battle." Wan Hao, hearing this, became angry and scolded. This kind of condition can no longer be described with the lion's bite martial arts. Lulu spoke up to remind, "Silence, now is not the time for comments." Jia Wangchuan also chimed in, "Our mission is to protect the miss, there is no need to do unnecessary things." At this moment, someone ran over and whispered into Huang Fu Sheng's ear, Vice Chairman, it's him." He immediately startled, widened his eyes, and then covered his face, laughing heartily. Even those standing behind him must be confused. "Huang, CEO Huang, what happened to you?" Huang Fu Sheng tilted his head back to stop the tears flowing from his eyes, and then said with a laugh, "My foolish younger brother, I already advised you long ago not to waste your thoughts on the techniques of the great masters. You just wouldn't listen, and now you've indeed perished at the hands of the very thing you created. How humiliating." He spoke as he laughed and cried, "You bastard, how could you die before me? We said we would dominate the Southwest together, to fight fiercely. You damn it, didn't keep your promise, brother." After a moment, he wiped away his tears and said calmly, "You're gone, and in this world, I have nothing left to care about. Let me carry on your part to achieve our ambitions." Suddenly, he was engulfed in a blaze of fury, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "I've changed my mind. I want all of your assets, all of your lives." Imoko and I was taken aback. Huang Fude is dead. Wan Hao quickly stepped in front of her, frowning and saying, "Is this Huang Fu Sheng crazy?" Suddenly, Jia Wangchuan stepped forward, bowed slightly, and whispered, "Please miss, step back. We'll handle this." At that moment, Mo Chi was using the communication system to report to Imoko and I. The news he just received left her stunned. Huang Fude, while fleeing to the wasteland, was killed by a woman. Through the camera verification, it was confirmed that the person was Shui He, a student from the same school as Ji Wu. Mo Kuni's face darkened. She resentfully thought to herself, could this possibly be a good thing that brat did? Hearing Mo Chi explain the current situation, Emoko and I couldn't help but be shocked. Clearly, we had just gone through a fierce battle with the world boss, and yet in such a short time, he has eliminated the second in command of Huang Zhang. She gritted her teeth and thought, no wonder he is who he is, he's bringing us a huge headache. Mo Chi continued, his voice anxious, right now, Huang Fu Sheng has exploded with rage. The delay tactic you were using can no longer be applied. In my opinion, you should quickly retreat to the headquarters, allowing the Han Mo team to buy us a bit more time. Imoko and I watched as Huang Fu Sheng's army approached. In his mind, he quickly thought, no matter how fast I run inside the building, it won't be of any help. In the current situation, once the battle begins, even the Mo attack team cannot make up for the overwhelming difference in numbers. Ding Tian raised his wooden sword high and excitedly said, This is how the general should be. We don't need to negotiate with them at all. Using force to suppress them is the most convenient method. Deploy the elite troops to capture the Mo attack team, and the rest go and capture Mo Koenai for me. He laughed loudly, but before he could finish, unexpectedly from behind, a sharp sword pierced through him. In pain, he screamed, Ag. How could this happen? Huang Fu Sheng stepped forward, coldly saying, It seems you have misunderstood something. I want to take everything, of course including your Tian Shuang. Ding Tian trembled, horrified and stammering, You actually betrayed me. Huang Fu Sheng pulled the sword out, bent down to look at him, and sneered, Betrayal? No, that's not it. You are just a pawn in my hands.
The relationship between you and me is merely one of squeezing value. Where is the betrayal? Don't worry, I will take good care of Tian Shuang for you. Rest now.
At this point, Dingjin Tian collapsed.
The system immediately announced, Dingjin Tian level 95, health 0%, life index 0%.
Huang Fu Sheng pointed his sword at the group of Moko and I, commanding, eliminate Han Mo for me.
Today is not only the end of Han Mo, but also the day Huang Zhang undergoes Nirvana rebirth.
The troops began to fire continuously, and the entire army quickly charged forward. Everyone was excitedly saying, charge, take down Han Mo in one go, then we can do whatever we want.
Ha, wipe out Han Mo.
Jia Wangchuan quickly ordered, Yin Huan, quickly protect Miss, the rest follow me to face the enemy.
He slashed down with his blade, splitting the enemy's gun barrel in two.
Those following him quickly received their orders. Yin Huan, hearing the command, stepped forward to protect Emoko and I behind him. Miss, please do not leave my side.
Emoko and I stood with her arms crossed, calmly saying, all right.
But in reality, she was worried inside. The situation has suddenly become more difficult.
Under the current conditions of equal resource supply, fighting one-on-one relies on numbers. Can we hold out until Yi Wu's reinforcements arrive? At this moment, Huang Fu Sheng glanced back and said, without Mr. Ding, what is your choice? Do you intend to continue opposing us or what?
The squad leader of the first team of the new owner of our Genesis team, belonging to the Tian Shuang group, Hu Fei, level 120, respectfully bowed and said, of course, I choose to join you. I have long been irritated by Dingjin Tian. That old man, washed up and out of touch, refuses to step aside.
As long as he doesn't die, how can Tian Shuang ever hope to rise again? From now on, SD,
you are the new master of the new owner of our Genesis team. Huang Fu Sheng laughed heartily, well said.
Now let's see how you demonstrate your loyalty.
Hu Fei quickly led his team forward.
Naturally, loyalty must be demonstrated through action.
Jia Wangchuan jumped up and ordered, guard this elevator door, no one is allowed to enter.
Wan Hao, while punching an enemy in the face, responded quickly, understood.
Who would have thought that after so many battles, we end up reverting to classic tactics, using the terrain to weaken the enemy's numerical advantage?
From behind Jia Wangchuan, a voice rang out, what's so great about bullying weaklings? Come here and fight me.
Jia Wangchuan turned in surprise to look at the source of the sword energy. This sword energy is. He quickly turned around, blocking a sword strike from Hu Fei. Hu Fei looked at him, smirking as he asked, long time no see, Xiaochuan Chuan?
Your rank has increased again, could it be because of the previous team?
He bared his teeth in a smile, showing disdain as he said, I really admire the rich kids, you guys have such an advantage in resources. Jia Wangchuan frowned at him, coldly saying, Hu Fei, a dog that sells out its master for glory like you wouldn't have an advantage in resources either. At that moment, another sword struck towards them. Whoosh! Jia Wangchuan quickly blocked this strike.
Clang!
The man who attacked laughed and said, oh, it's been ages since I've seen two brothers sparring and mocking each other like this, hasn't it?
Jia Wangchuan calmly replied, Aaron, weren't you locked up in the tomb?
I didn't expect you to have set up an ambush here early. Aaron slung his sword over his shoulder and laughed heartily, you know, brother, everything about you is good, but you're just too stubborn.
Xiaochuan Chuan, at this point, why think so rigidly? What's important is to have a good fight. Hu Fei spoke up, so how are we going to fight next, Aaron?
Although I don't want to admit it, to defeat Xiaochuan Chuan, we will need to join forces.
Aaron, feeling frustrated, said, who said we have to defeat him?
I just want to throw away our identities and kill He together with him.
Don't disturb our little world anymore, Xiao Fei Fei.
Jia Wangchuan stood silently on this side, watching them vying to fight against him. Hu Fei quickly moved to another place, then I won't disturb the two of you anymore.
But Jia Wangchuan blocked him and frowned, did I agree to let you go?
In his heart, he understood, I have to hold them back, buying as much time as possible for the rear.
Aaron, angry, stepped forward with a blade, I said it's just the two of us. if you let your guard down.
Jia Wangchuan immediately turned around, blocking the blade that was thrusting towards him. Aaron continued, you'll be attacked by me taking advantage of that. Jia Wangchuan thought anxiously, I'm already frustrated. If I get held back by Aaron, the rear will be in danger. Everyone must hold on there, at least until reinforcements arrive. I can't believe I'm even relying on that kid's reinforcements. A chaotic scene broke out, surrounded by loud explosions, mixed with the shouts of Huang Zheng's troops. If we wipe out all of Han Mo's men, we can step onto the peak of our lives.
Ha ha.
At the foot of the city wall, the standoff between the two factions became tense. On one side were the Han Mo forces holding their ground, desperately trying to execute their plans. On the other side was the furious attacking force of Wan Hao. He had just taken down 5 or 6 people in one go and shouted, damn it!
No matter how many I kill, why is it never enough?
No matter how many times I defeat them, as long as I don't wipe them out completely, they will keep getting back up. His supporter behind him replied, there's nothing more to be done, this is a one-on-one struggle. Lulu stood beside him, firing continuously with dual guns, chuckling as she spoke, boom.
Don't get agitated.
Killing isn't the main goal, the important thing is to buy time.
Skills and health packs need to be conserved.
In another corner, the purple-haired guy dashed across the battlefield, quickly eliminating a series of soldiers. Gritting his teeth, he growled, I don't care about you.
Hurry up and die. The flies of Huang Zhang and Tian Shuang, just die already for me. Yin Huan stood in front of Mo Koenai, continuously slashing at the approaching enemies.
She said seriously, Miss, you'd better go back to the headquarters building. It's too dangerous to stay here, we're about to collapse up front.
I have to go up to provide backup. Mo Koenai, steadfastly standing behind, retorted, a bunch of useless people. Whether I retreat or not won't solve anything. Moreover, you can't go either.
You've missed your chance to grow before and have fallen behind them.
Going up there is just asking to die.
Yin Huan was both slaughtering and saying, no wonder you are a miss, your words are as sour as ever. Though harsh to hear, they are the truth. However, I will absolutely not be afraid to face reality because of this gap. Emoko and I looked up at the barrier gate above and said, we are not avoiding reality, we must be patient to preserve our lives. Patiently waiting, I am sure he will surely come. Yin Huan looked in the direction Emoko and I was pointing, are you saying that? Hu Fei came charging up from behind, cheerfully saying, I found a treasure. How could that prick be so generous to leave such great merit for me? I must thank him when I return.
Miss Mo, I'll take your life, okay? Yin Huan quickly blocked one of his strikes.
Hu Fei excitedly said, oh, the stunning Yin Huan is also here.
But with your level here, you can only serve as a pawn.
Yin Huan's health was currently at 80%, but she quickly responded, even if I die, I must stop you from harming Xiaoxi. Hu Fei smiled and swung another strike down at her.
Then I won't hold back any longer. I hope you can help me. Give me 1 minute.
Yin Huan used all her strength to block his sword with hers. She coughed up blood, with only 50% of her health remaining, her body severely injured. Out of breath, she coughed again, and Emoko and I hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Yin Huan, you must run, forget about me.
You are more important to the company than I am.
You still have unlimited potential for growth, dying like this would be too regrettable.
Yin Huan pushed Emoko and I into the building, causing her to be astonished, exclaiming, what are you doing? Yin Huan gritted her teeth and coldly replied, are you joking? Are these the words meant to be said to a tool? Surely I still can't bring myself to like you, miss? Emoko and I cried out in despair, Yin Huan.
The door immediately slammed shut with a loud clang. Yin Huan stood facing Hu Fei, telling herself, a tool is meant to be used and then discarded, right? But if she dies, the young master will be heartbroken, he would be very sad. Therefore, I will not let that happen.
Yin Huan held the dazzling gem in her hand and instantly crushed it, boom.
Let me summon all my strength to await the hero's arrival. She raised her head high, a determined resolve. A light burst forth from the gem body of the heavenly demon. The notification system, the body of the heavenly demon can be upgraded to level 120, maintaining for 1 minute, after which it falls into a weakened state.
The fierce battle that just occurred had destroyed everything.
The dead lay scattered among the ruins, dust and smoke filling the air. Yin Huan, covered in injuries, struggled to sit up against her sword. She gasped for breath, her current health at only 15%, her life index at 0. Hu Fei stood arrogantly, looking at her with a challenging gaze.
He smirked and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a killing move. Truly fascinating. But just 1 minute is really too short. I haven't had enough fun yet."
At this moment, Hu Fei's health was still at 50%, his life index at 60%. He was excited, his eyes blazing, swinging his sword fiercely towards Yin Huan. As he struck, he said, "What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that I need proof of loyalty right now, I would definitely keep you as a toy. But today, you must die." Just then, a clang rang out. Another sword suddenly appeared, blocking Hu Fei's attack. The one who intervened was Jia Wangchuan. The two swords clashed, the sound of the impact echoing loudly. But Jia Wangchuan was not in a better state either. His health was only at 8%, his life index at 0. Behind him were Wan Hao and Leia working together. Wan Hao had only 5% health left, while Leia had even less, at just 4%. Both were in a state of life index at 0. Li Xing stood at the back, supporting everyone. His health bar was only at 3%, and his life index was already at 0. Finally, there was Dan Lu, tightly holding Yin Huan in his arms, shielding her. Dan Lu's health bar was at 5%, and like Li Xing, his life index was also at 0. Hu Fei slung his sword over his shoulder, and upon seeing them like this, he laughed mockingly. Hey, the MO attack team that has always been so high and mighty has now become so disheveled? I can now single-handedly kill your entire team. Ha ha. Huang Fu Shang and his troops had also arrived. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's enough, Hu Fei." He stood with his arms crossed, looking at Jia Wangchuan's group, coldly stating, "No wonder you are the leader of the MO attack team, relying on just a few people to kill over 1,000 of mine, but it ends here. Your only chance of survival is to join us, Huang Zhang. What do you say? I am a man who values talent and will not treat you poorly." Jia Wangchuan looked at the others, firmly declaring, "The words surrender have never been in my dictionary. You don't need to waste your breath here. If you want to fight, then let's fight, I'll accompany you to the death." Huang Fusheng looked at the people before him, frowning and thinking to himself, "Indeed, you all have done your best, but this is neither a gang fight nor a one-on-one duel. This is a grand battle between teams or guilds. Personal strength, no matter how powerful, cannot withstand the disparity in resources and numbers. Why insist on doing something so foolish? Xiao Chuan, don't let your stubbornness harm yourself. Living in humiliation is better than dying with honor." At this moment, Mo Zunlong and his two sons stepped forward. He spoke in a solemn voice, "Stop it all. That's enough, this battle need not continue any further." Everyone was astonished, shouting in unison, "Deputy Chief!" Both the young master and the young lady, everyone. Huang Fusheng saw them, his eyes filled with excitement, and loudly proclaimed, "So you finally dare to show yourselves? Hey Zunlong, I thought you would hide away forever." Mo Zunlong replied, his tone cold, "Huang Fusheng, I can accept your conditions. Power is fine, assets are fine, take whatever you want. But I hope you will spare my people a way to live. Your goal has been achieved, there is no need to create additional unnecessary sacrifices." Huang Fusheng looked at him, rage burning in his eyes, and sneered, "Oh, with your character, I thought you would fight to the death." He continued, "Why did you suddenly change your personality? Are you starting to have a heart for the lives of the tools under your command? This is not the Mo Zunlong I know." Mo Zunlong remained silent upon hearing this, without saying a word. He remembered half an hour ago,
when he had been shocked to exclaim after hearing Imokane's intention, "What did you say? You want to sacrifice your life to exchange for the MO attack team?" Emoko and I looked at her father seriously and replied, "With Huang Fu Sheng's tactics, if he doesn't wipe out all of our people, he won't stop. If sacrificing my life can exchange for the MO attack team and some time, then it's absolutely worth it." Mo Chi felt furious upon hearing this. He stepped forward, grabbed his sister, and shouted, "Stop this nonsense! This is not an exchange, it's a sacrifice. You can't go." Emoko and I looked up at her brother in surprise. She hesitated and said, "Emochi, you." She emotionally lifted her hands, grasping his hands which were resting on her shoulders. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she joyfully said, "I know. Although you often oppose me, deep down you have never abandoned me. Those harsh words on the outside are merely a protective shell that you have to show. It's to protect the company, and also to protect me, right, brother?" Emochi trembled all over, looking at his younger sister, sobbing, "What are you talking about? I never. The one who received all of mother's love since childhood like you. I have always hated the most." Emoko and I tightly hugged her brother, softly saying, "I know. I have always known, brother." Emochi embraced his sister, tightly closing his eyes, sobbing with each word, "Ha! Ha!" Seeing the two siblings like this, Mo Zunlong stood up, his face darkened, saying, "The one who should apologize is father. As the leader of the corporation, father has long discarded personal weak emotions." He regretfully continued, "Seeing you two, siblings always fighting against each other, father has remained indifferent. In fact, father even supported this opposition, thinking it would benefit the future of the company. But..." He stepped forward, embracing both of his children, gently saying, "Why must a person step into the boundary of life and death to awaken? To realize what is most important to oneself? I'm sorry, Xier, Ko and I." The two hugged him, both choked up calling, "Father." Mo Zunlong made a firm decision, strongly saying, "Let's go, we will go outside together. If we want to gamble, then let's stake the entire future of the Mo family. Let's bet whether that last hope can come true or not." The brothers all nodded in agreement. Mo Zunlong turned back to the present, looked at Huang Fu Shang, and said, "I give everything up, exiling the entire Mo family to the wilderness, is that satisfactory?" Huang Fu Sheng heard this, sneered, and then refused, "That's not enough. You have oppressed me for decades, this resentment cannot be erased by just exiling you." Mo Zunlong patiently asked again, "Then what do you want?" Huang Fu Sheng's face became cunning. He smirked and stated his condition, "This? Ha, I have long heard that the beauty of Yin Huan from the MO attack team is stunning. I really want to see her true face. My subordinates who have fought with her are already exhausted. Let Emoka and I and Yin Huan strip and dance a dance, to entertain my soldiers. If you can do that, I will spare your lives." Hearing that despicable request, Mo Chi was furious and wanted to charge forward. He shouted madly, "What? Huang Fu Sheng! If you want to kill, then kill, but to humiliate my sister and my subordinates? I will fight you." Emoko and I stood beside him, her face darkened. She reached out to pull her brother back and calmly said, "It's okay, brother. As long as it can help everyone survive, what is this little sacrifice?" She lowered her voice and said to Emochi, "Yet, although Huang Fu Sheng intends to humiliate us before killing us, this also gives us a little more time in the end." Emochi's face turned pale, and he weakly replied, "I know." Wanhao was so angry that he gritted his teeth, punched the ground hard, and shouted furiously, "Damn it! It's all because we are too weak that we have caused the young lady and Yin Huan to suffer this humiliation. Damn it!" Jia Wangchuan stood in front, bracing himself and holding back. He darkened his face and ordered, "Everyone close your eyes. Remember this humiliation in your hearts." Emoko and I stepped in front of Yin Huan and gently asked, "Yin Huan, are you scared?" Yin Huan raised her hand and took off her mask. She gently replied, "How could I be?
When the mask was removed, Yin Huan's beautiful face was revealed. She smiled brightly and said, "It is a great honor to fight side by side with the young lady until the very last moment." Everyone was astonished by her beauty. The crowd excitedly cheered, "Wow, her beauty is indeed legendary." The group of Huangzhang excitedly shouted in unison, "Take it off! Take it off!" They surrounded Emoka and I and Yin Huan, jostling each other. "Get out of the way, I want to see." Wow! Suddenly, at that moment, a terrifying force pierced through the barrier, producing a loud explosion from the sky. A group of people was stunned and in an uproar. One person shouted, "Look! The barrier has broken, there's a large hole, something is coming here." A powerful beam of light shot forward, landing right at the center. The impact sent Huangzhang's soldiers, who were surrounding the scene, flying. They screamed in panic, "Ah! Who is it?" As the dust settled, the figure of Yi Wu emerged. He stood tall, holding Emoka and I and Yin Huan with both hands. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Emoka and I looked up at Yi Wu, her eyes shining brightly, joyfully exclaiming, "You finally came. I always believed you would definitely show up." Yi Wu awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry for being late, I had to handle some matters. I'm just glad you're okay. If not, I really couldn't forgive myself." After saying that, he turned to inquire about Yin Huan. "It's been a while since we last met. Your injuries don't seem light. It looks like you've been through a tough battle. I'm sorry for putting you through this." Yin Huan blushed, shyly responding, I'm fine, there's no need to worry." Inside, she felt flustered and thought, "Where is my mask? I'm not prepared for this. I should have thought twice before acting like a slay." The Mo family members were overjoyed at Yi Wu's appearance. Wanhao clenched his fists and laughed heartily, "Ha! It looks like this kiddo is taking the stage once again." Leia also chimed in, "The opportunity to get on this stage has been stuck for too long." Emochi frowned upon seeing Yi Wu appear, anxiously calling his name, Yi Wu. Huangfu Shang raised an eyebrow at Yi Wu, sneering, "Kiddo, you are Yi Wu, right? To be able to break this legendary level barrier truly amazes me. You really are the high-value target of our Huangzhang. But now, in terms of numbers and firepower, I have an absolute advantage. Just relying on you alone cannot change the outcome." Yi Wu, upon hearing this, showed no worry. He raised his hand to point at the sky, smiling as he said, "Oh really? But when did I say I would come alone?" Immediately, from afar, the silhouette of the new equipment as the Bionic Girl Legion appeared. They were swiftly flying over. The people present turned to follow Yi Wu's pointing hand. When they clearly saw this legion, armed with new equipment at the magic crystal level 160, dropped from the boss, along with overwhelming firepower and formidable strength, everyone gasped and exclaimed, that is level 160? The new equipment is the Bionic Girl Legion landed on the ground, then split up to take action. They began to slay and, simultaneously, followed the orders of their master. "Now, start the combat to eliminate." The people of Huangzhang were immediately beaten to a pulp. Han Mo's group also seized this opportunity to charge forward. "Charge for me, we must make Huangzhang pay the price." Siyu also charged forward, shouting loudly, "All troops attack. Leave no one alive from Huangzhang and Tianchuan." Huangfu Shang saw the situation suddenly turn upside down in the blink of an eye, panicking as he stuttered, "What? What is happening? Just a moment ago, I had the upper hand, and now in an instant." Aaron rushed up, blocking Huangfu Shang and slicing through a bullet that was flying towards them. He yelled, "Boss, we need to retreat. The situation has completely turned. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Huangfu Shang, unwilling to accept this fate, angrily shouted, "I absolutely will not give up this hard-won opportunity. Call Hu Fei and the others here." Before he could finish, Aaron interrupted, "Senior, are you still counting on them? Hu Fei has already led his people to flee." Huangfu Shang was taken aback upon hearing this, shouting, "What? Meanwhile, Hu Fei and his group were fleeing at high speed to escape.
One member of the group hesitantly asked Hu Fei, "Boss, are we really leaving like this? First betraying Tian Shuang, and then betraying Huang Zhang, isn't that too ungrateful?" Hu Fei ran ahead, calmly replied, "Then what should we do?"
Clearly, Huang Zhang has lost, and Huang Fushang has no chance left. Besides, Yi Wu is also there. If the intel is correct, this kid is even more terrifying than Jia Wangchuan.
If we don't leave, we'll end up as dust. Huang Fushang, upon hearing that Hu Fei and his group had fled, became infuriated. He constantly cursed and called them useless trash. He shouted loudly, "Trash! Where is Ling Yuan?
Hurry up and call her to lead the troops for support."
And what about Huang Fu's people?
Even if he dies, he still has a large amount of armed forces at his disposal.
Call all of them over here to assist.
Yi Wu stepped forward, looked at Huang Fushang with a scornful gaze, and said, "Support?
It's gone, there's no more support left.
I'm late because I took some time to wipe out all the remaining forces of Huang Zhang from Zone 2 to 9.
Huang Fushang was stunned and yelled, "What?"
Yi Wu continued mockingly, "Moreover, Ling Yuan has been under control for a long time.
If not, why has she not appeared during this whole affair?
And as for Huang Fude, I've also dealt with him. Not only that, but I am the one who spread the rumors online that caused your stocks to crash from the start. I am also the one who sabotaged the munitions depot in the major areas of Huangzhang." At this point, Yi Wu was pleased and ridiculed Huang Fushang, asking, "How is it?
Surprised? Stunned?" Huang Fushang, upon hearing this, was utterly furious. He drew his sword and charged madly at Yi Wu, shouting, "So it's you! You killed my brothers and destroyed the career I built over decades. To have everything ruined by a kiddo like you, this is something I absolutely cannot accept."
Huang Fushang swung his sword towards Yi Wu, who summoned a seal barrier in front of him. From within the seal, an armored arm extended out and crushed his sword.
Yi Wu coldly mocked, "Is this the leader of the Huangzhang group? I thought you could show a bit more composure. I didn't expect you to lack the courage to face reality. No wonder you ended up losing so badly."
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Wu delivered another devastating punch. Huang Fushang was sent reeling, spitting out blood, clutching his abdomen as he slid back, coughing violently. This blow from Yi Wu had reduced his blood volume to about 3%. Yi Wu looked at Huang Fushang, who was collapsed on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. He turned and walked away, dispassionately saying, "I'm not interested in killing you.
I'll leave your handling to the Mo family."
Huang Fushang sat on the ground, clutching his chest, watching Yi Wu's departing figure. Unwilling to accept his fate, he coughed, "Cough.
Cough, handle me? What kind of joke is that?"
As soon as he finished, he suddenly summoned a sword and lunged to attack Yi Wu from behind. He shouted, "I am the one who will dominate all the safe zones.
How can I die here? The one who must die is..."
Yi Wu continued walking forward, not even bothering to turn back at his words. He merely sighed. At that moment, Yin Huan charged in and slashed a sword through Huang Fushang's body, ending his life, coldly stating, "The one who must die is you, that's right." Huang Fushang collapsed to the ground, trembling as he turned his head back, gasping and questioning, "Aaron, why didn't you protect me?
How could this happen? I refuse to accept it." Aaron replied calmly, "Sorry, boss, your influence has faded away. Our hiring relationship no longer requires my intervention."
After dealing the fatal blow to Huang Fushang, Yin Huan's body also fell into a state of weakness. She staggered and then collapsed. Yi Wu hurriedly caught Yin Huan and asked, "Why did you rush out all of a sudden?
You know he couldn't harm me."
Yin Huan fell into Yi Wu's embrace, weakly smiling, Usually I'm the one being robbed by you, today I guess I've robbed something for once." Yi Wu looked at her, gently saying, "All right then, I'll give you this one time."
"But, you've already won." Seeing that Huang Fusheng was dead, Mo Zunlong stepped forward and addressed Huang Fusheng's subordinates. Huang Fusheng is dead, there's no need to continue fighting. I, Mo Zunlong, can guarantee your safety. Mo Qi, standing behind him, also spoke up. As long as you agree to join the Han Mo group, I assure you your treatment will be better than before. Those who do not wish to join can drop their weapons and leave on their own. We will not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng's followers all collectively dropped their weapons and bowed their heads in surrender. Thank you, Mo Zunlong, for sparing our lives. We surrender. Jia Wangchuan stepped forward with his sword and said to Aaron, Aaron, you should also put down your weapon. Stop resisting in vain. At that moment, Aaron was squatting beside the corpse of Huang Fusheng. Hearing this, he looked up at Jia Wangchuan and replied calmly, Of course, I had already put down my weapon. Those without capability should not harbor ambitions. Living another day is worth it, isn't it, Xiaochuan Chuan? After the battle ended, the father and son duo, Mo Zunlong and Mo Qi, approached Yi Wu. Mo Zunlong said, Yi Wu, this time you have made a significant contribution. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have faced a great disaster today. Mo Qi also bowed respectfully and said, You not only saved the Han Mo group but also our family. I, Mo Qi, am deeply grateful and also apologize for my previous disrespectful behavior. Yi Wu replied cheerfully, You two are exaggerating. The young lady has helped me, I should repay her. Moreover, I am one of Han Mo. When the group is in danger, it's only natural to lend a helping hand. Regarding the reward, we can discuss it later. The Emotsung team of the Han Mo group, having witnessed the incident, gathered to discuss. Li Xing sat cross-legged, hands clasped over a pile of debris and said, Today's situation seemed really dangerous, but he handled it with ease. Truly impressive. We are still at the first level of this wave, while he is already at the atmospheric level. Leia stood below and said, There's no need to talk much about anything else. I only have one word admire to express my feelings towards him. He is truly outstanding. Wan Hao sitting in front also exclaimed cheerfully, Yi Wu has really used his individual strength to turn the situation around this time. He has completely surpassed us. If we don't work hard, we will be left far behind by him. Dan Lu, standing nearby, agreed, That's right. We must strive harder. Otherwise, very soon the title of the number 1 team will belong to the King team. Jia Wangchuan, arms crossed, said seriously, Yi Wu is truly strong. His abilities have proven everything. No matter how high his status is, he has always maintained his original essence. But just watching someone else's back as they move forward is not the style of the Emotsung team. Next, everyone prepare for my special training. Everyone shouted in unison, Yes, Captain. Emoko and I and In Huan silently stood by and watched. Emoko and I thought shyly, this time, Yi Wu has gained fame again. The gap in status between us seems to be closing, but the beautiful women by his side are numerous as clouds. I wonder what he's thinking in his heart. In Huan was also deep in thought, feeling heavy-hearted, this time he has achieved great merit, I should be happy. But why does my heart feel a little tight? Am I afraid that he is getting further away from me? In Huan was lost in thought when Emoko and I suddenly asked, What are you thinking so intently about? Could it be that you've also been enchanted by Yi Wu? In Huan flustered, waved her hands and said, No, it's nothing at all. Young lady, please don't joke like that. Emoko and I mischievously laughed, intentionally teasing, causing In Huan to blush in embarrassment. The next day, in the city, Yi Wu stood high above, looking down. Within just one day, the city had completely recovered from the injuries of war. The operational efficiency of the Han Mo group truly commanded admiration. AI Vis, standing next to him, remarked, This is nothing extraordinary. If we use the master's abilities, combined with the new equipment, the Bionic Girl Legion, the efficiency would be even higher. However, the clone bionic technology is an ancient secret technique that is sensitive. We should avoid attracting too much attention. Moreover, I still have other matters to ask for their assistance. Yiwu looked over at Aivis and asked, Aivis, do I currently have enough funds to initiate the construction of the first phase of the base? Enough, Aivis replied. Along with the rewards from Han Mo today, we need not worry about financial issues anymore. Yiwu nodded. Indeed, this reward comes at just the right time. Early this morning, at Han Mo's corporation, Mo Zun Long gathered everyone together to commend Yiwu. After the recent great battle, the two major corporations, Tian Shuang and Huang Zhang, had been eliminated. Han Mo would take over all their territories and industries, thereby unifying the Southwest Safe Zone, while also building the Xi'an Safe Zone into a more prosperous major safe area. Mo Zun Long said, the resounding success we have today is primarily due to the brightest star of Han Mo, Yiwu. The reward for him, in addition to the previously determined dungeon key, will be an additional 500 million and 10% of the corporation's shares. From now on, Yiwu will be the fourth major shareholder of Han Mo, only behind me, Mochi, and Moko and I. Hearing Mo Zun Long's announcement, everyone below cheered enthusiastically. According to the company's budget, the current 10% of shares is valued at around 1 billion. This is truly a remarkable turning point for Yiwu, a sum of money that many people would not earn in their lifetime. After the ceremony ended, Aaron said to Yiwu, after the team discussed, we decided that the 200 million you borrowed will no longer need to be repaid. First, you saved our lives. Second, without you in the battle, the losses would have been much heavier. Thank you, Captain. Returning to that evening, Aivis said to him, although money is not an issue right now, we are still lacking an important ingredient, which is a map. Mainly, we are missing the center of the structure, the defense system, and the architectural style. He replied, that doesn't matter. Now I am a shareholder of the Han Mo Group, with the authority to mobilize the highest resources. Han Mo has now taken over both Tian Shuang and Huang Zhang. I have already instructed someone to handle those maps. Yiwu turned back to look at the legion of young women and said, at that time, the supervision of the construction will be entrusted to you. The legion of young women eagerly replied in unison, we will definitely complete our master's mission well. He nodded and added, it's best to hide you in the dungeon. Having you outside will attract too much attention. After that, Yiwu entered the transformation space to assess the situation. The construction work had progressed steadily. He asked the system, how many levels can my experience points currently raise the Flame Emperor? The system responded, calculating. Master has 160 million experience points. The Flame Emperor can increase to level 200. He placed his hand on his chin and thought, 160 million, and can only increase 70 more levels? In the past, I didn't dare to increase to level 200, but since seeing the boss rise to level 300, I know that I need to work harder. He continued to remind himself, now I only have two ways to challenge, combining the skills of the Shadow King and Twin Witch. But both consume a lot of resources. I can't place all my hopes on those, I need to find more alternatives. Yiwu thought for a moment and then asked the system, what is the maximum level of the Flame Emperor? The system replied that the maximum level is 999. Yiwu was surprised, level 999? Higher than the S5 level of the human heroes that the principal mentioned. Could this also be the limit of the world level? Hard to believe. Yiwu held his head, tiredly sighing, but knowing this limit is of what use now? The important thing is to level up. Now I have two choices, one is to force the Flame Emperor to find a way to raise it to level 999. The other is to unlock a new account, maybe I will be luckier. But whichever way I choose, I have to earn more experience points. Yiwu continued to think, the higher the level, the less experience points. The dungeon in Han Mo's hands is no longer useful. It seems I have to find a higher level dungeon. But where to find it now? Just when he was confused, Yiwu suddenly remembered something, wait. When it comes to the wilderness, surely no one knows better than Mu Wei. System, open the map of the Old World relic distribution. The system quickly displayed the map. Yiwu looked at it and exclaimed,
the principal once said this map focuses on safe areas, depicting the distribution of all relics and copies within a radius of 2,000 kilometers.
With this divine artifact, why should I be afraid that I can't find a dungeon? Truly a treasure.
Yiwu looked at the map with excited eyes. Indeed, in the past, I didn't recognize its wonders. Let me finish organizing everything around here, then I'll set off to find a dungeon right away. While watching a movie, Yiwu was suddenly called by the principal.
Why is the principal calling me? Yiwu answered the call.
The principal said, Yiwu, I apologize for bothering you at such a late hour.
Yiwu replied, It's no problem, principal. I haven't slept yet. What do you need to talk to me about? The principal responded, It's not an urgent matter, I just wanted to ask if you are free to come to school tomorrow. I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Yiwu nodded, Yes, I will be there.
The principal ended the call, looked out the window, and murmured, We are getting old, there are some things we should rely on the younger generation for, they are the ones with a bright future.
Don't you think so, Mu-wei?
Beside him, Mu-wei also gazed at the night sky and thought, The night sky is really beautiful tonight.
I wonder if Yunfei and my mother can see it. Once the fortress is completed, I have to bring them here. System notification, there are 6 days and 2 hours left until the Shadow King world forces the summoning.
The next morning, just as agreed, Yiwu arrived at the school to meet the principal.
As soon as he got there, he was surrounded by a group of students, all looking at him with admiration. Wow, there's Yiwu, the hero of our school. He doesn't even realize it.
He's not only the hero of our school but also the great hero of the entire safe zone. Yiwu stood in the crowd, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He thought to himself, if I had known this, I would have flown straight to school.
Once in the principal's office, Yiwu sat down and asked directly, Principal, what did you want to see me about today? The principal looked at Yiwu, his voice thoughtful. Yiwu, have you ever thought about leaving the safe zone?
Yiwu heard the principal and, surprised, asked, What do you mean? The principal replied seriously, The incredible strength you have displayed has convinced me that you should not be limited to the southwestern safe zone.
Among all the safe zones, the southwestern zone is just average or low. Its area, population, and overall strength are sufficient for ordinary residents to live.
But for a young man with your abilities, it is truly a form of confinement, causing you to lose the opportunity to reach greater heights. The principal continued, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Only harsh challenges can help you unleash your full potential. You should soar higher, to a broader sky, where you can change the world. Yiwu looked at him, thinking to himself, has the principal always been this passionate? The principal sat down and said thoughtfully, If we lived in peacetime, I would only wish for you to live a peaceful life for eternity. But this is an apocalyptic era, a world full of dangers lurking everywhere.
Yiwu nodded, agreeing, I think so too. I am preparing to look for higher-level dungeons based on Senior Mu-wei's map.
The principal looked at him and asked seriously, Good, but that is still not enough.
Have you ever thought about what you would do after becoming the strongest?
Yiwu replied, his voice firm, The driving force behind my desire to become stronger is to protect my family.
The stronger the enemy, the stronger I will become than them.
But further things, I haven't thought about, they are too vague.
The principal stood up abruptly, his gaze stern. Too far-fetched? Not at all. I see this potential in you. But even if you become the strongest, you cannot break the limits of humanity.
This world will not change.
Monsters will continue to appear, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, humans will forever hide in safe zones. After a brief pause, he continued, Yiwu, have you ever thought about restarting this world? Restarting the world?
Yiwu exclaimed in astonishment, repeating the question. In the past, a friend also mentioned this rumor to me.
But could it be true?
The principal nodded, his voice growing solemn. There are still some things that remain unclear. Nevertheless, rumors are just rumors.
I cannot provide an answer right now. However, Mo Wei once told us that we could change the world.
Yiwu furrowed his brow,
So what exactly has Mo Wei discovered?
The principal took out an artifact and showed it to Yi Wu. This is it.
Yi Wu stared wide-eyed. Isn't this the black slate fragment that the Legion dropped in the dungeon?
The principal focused intently on the item in his hand and recounted. This is what Mo Wei discovered when entering the ruins. It is said that when he touched this slate, a miracle occurred. He felt as if his soul was leaving his body, constantly traversing various dimensions. But the energy of the slate quickly faded. After that, no matter how many times he tried, that miracle never reoccurred. Therefore, no one believed him. He continued, but Mo Wei saw hope through that slate. He believed that the current era of OL is just a version of another world among countless spaces and times of the Earth.
As long as a certain condition is met, we can change the outcome.
At that moment, he had no more attachment to the safe zone. After handing over the map along with this slate to me, he immediately ventured into the wilderness. Before leaving, he left behind a sentence that I will always remember: in order to end the apocalypse, even if I only have a theoretical capability in hand, I will find a way to solve it.
Since then, I have never seen Mo Wei again.
As of now, I do not know whether he is alive or dead. I only blame myself for not having enough courage and ability to venture into the wilderness with him. Nevertheless, I truly hope he can find the path to restore the world. You will listen to the principal recount this story, pondering deeply. I didn't expect that behind Mo Wei's story lies so much. Venturing into the wilderness alone to seek the path to end the apocalypse, this courage is hard for anyone to match. Though it is quite admirable, his ideals still seem too far-fetched. At the very least, it is not my current objective. Moreover, the Emotsong battle team also once sought the slate. Could this be related? The inner circumstances must surely be known to them more deeply. I need to find a way to listen in further. The principal pointed at Yi Wu and continued, but you are not like that. Yi Wu, not only do you possess great strength, but you also have a kind heart. You are young, and your future is boundless. Right now, you have become an important figure in the safe zone, saving the people from danger multiple times. I believe that if it were you, you would definitely be able to inherit Mo Wei's will and find that glorious path. Yi Wu stood up and replied, Principal, please don't say that. I am not strong enough to save the people yet. At present, I only want to keep growing stronger to take my family to live in a safer place. But if there comes a day when I am capable enough, and when there are no more worries, I agree to follow the principal and give it a try. Upon hearing this, the principal stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying happily, Of course, whether you agree or not is up to you. No one can make such a significant decision for you. I am also very glad to witness your growth every day. I hope that in the future, you will continue to maintain this spirit, not letting desires or temptation shake you, nor allowing hatred to blind you and lead you to make wrong decisions. Yi Wu bowed his head and replied, Thank you, Principal, for your kindness. The student will certainly remember it deeply. After their exchange, Yi Wu left. The principal stood on the floor, looking down at his figure, thinking to himself, just like Mo Wei, Yi Wu has been very steadfast in his will. I believe that as long as the conditions are right, he will definitely bring about a new world. While walking, Lai Jiaxi called Yi Wu, I have brought back all the designs from the Skytech with Huang Zhang. Just as you predicted, there are many promising opportunities in there. Do you have time to come to my research center now? Yi Wu replied, Great, I'll head over right away. Soon after, Yi Wu arrived at the research center belonging to Lai Jiaxi. Upon arrival, everyone here welcomed him cheerfully. Hello, Master Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, everyone, you've all worked hard. Yi Wu entered the research room and looked at the information before him with surprise. You managed to process all of this in less than half a day. The efficiency truly astonishes me. Lai Jiaxi smiled. You don't have to be polite, this is my job. I will definitely find a way to complete it quickly. Immediately after, Yi Wu called AI Vis to check the efficiency. AI Vis, see if these high-level designs meet the requirements. Yes, Master. I have a feeling that the designs we need to find must be among these, AI Vis responded. Li Jiaxi curiously asked, I just don't quite understand. Are you in such a hurry to find these because you are preparing for a new invention, perhaps? Yi Wu thought for a moment and then decided to tell him, Li Jiaxi is a trustworthy person, it's no problem to share.
Here's the thing.
Yi Wu began to explain his intention to build a fortress.
Upon hearing this, Li Jiaxi was excited, so that's it. No wonder you had to get the key to the dungeon before.
It turns out it's to build the fortress.
Let me help you,
he said, although my abilities are not as good as yours, with decades of experience, I will surely come up with something interesting. That's easy, with you here, the construction will be even smoother, Yi Wu replied.
After a moment of searching, AI Vis returned and reported, Master, we have found them. All 3 missing design sheets have been recovered.
Now we only need the starter materials for the construction. Hearing this, Yi Wu turned to Li Jiaxi and said, Li Jiaxi, we have sufficient funds and designs. Could I trouble you to help collect some additional materials? Li Jiaxi nodded and replied, I will certainly do my best, but I have a suggestion. The construction of the fortress cannot be rushed. First, we need to determine its basic framework to see how many materials are necessary. From there, we can optimize the leftover materials. Moreover, during construction, if additional functions or input are needed, we can timely add appropriate materials. Yi Wu agreed, then we will proceed as you suggest. Once all the basic steps were completed, Yi Wu took out a key and said, finally, the construction endeavor begins. In the new Zerg temple area, in the main hall of the dungeon, a subordinate of the Majesty knelt and said, Majesty, this cannot be. This is the world of our race, how can we allow outsiders to come and go as they please? The Majesty exclaimed, where do you see outsiders? Yi Wu has saved us, defeating the hero of Almac. Without him, would you even be standing here speaking so loudly? At this moment, Von Nuts stepped in and said, I do not trust this man. He wants to build a steel base in our world, which will definitely affect the environment. I cannot bear to see our territory turn into a second Almac. Another person chimed in, that's right, the world of the insect species must be governed by the insect species. We cannot let humanity run amok. Their Majesty spoke up, his voice full of authority. Von Nuts is a noble who has been exiled for many years, not participating in the previous battle. Regarding Yi Wu's contributions, he is certainly still unclear and will naturally not be convinced. However, even if he is not convinced, Yi Wu is still the king of this world. I cannot allow anyone to hinder Yi Wu's plans. Suddenly, a portal unexpectedly opened before them. What is that? Why did it suddenly appear here? From the portal, Yi Wu stepped out. He looked around and then spoke, Huh? Are you all in a meeting? Sorry to interrupt. Why is there such a heavy oppressive feeling? The insect species gradually appeared, and upon seeing Yi Wu, everyone showed a look of astonishment. One person quietly said, Is that human Yi Wu? He is the one who defeated the ancient insect god. Indeed, the oppressive feeling from him is truly terrifying. But he has brought so many humans here. This situation is really not good. The insect species rushed to surround Yi Wu, expressing flattery. Yi Wu, we finally get to meet you. We've heard your name for a long time. Thank you for saving the insect species. You are the hero of our species. Yi Wu, feeling somewhat shy from the compliments, replied, I can't accept the title of hero. I'm just a good person with no ulterior motives. Baby Beetle suddenly flew over and hugged Yi Wu tightly. Yi Wu, you're finally back. That means you successfully obtained the key to the dungeon, right? You're back to prepare for the construction of the weak point? Yi Wu nodded, but his face showed a bit of embarrassment. Baby Beetle, why have you become so tiny now? Baby Beetle scratched his head, grinning foolishly, and explained, It's fine, now I can freely change my form. I've gotten used to maintaining this baby form when not fighting. Baby Beetle's mother also added an explanation, the baby form of Baby Beetle can enhance absorption and minimize the consumption of evil magic. This is the best training form when not in battle.
Upon hearing the explanation, Yiwu finally understood, so that's it. However, looking at the atmosphere of all of you, the contrast seems quite stark, doesn't it?
Yiwu's face displayed clear sadness and worry. That's right.
As the new king, I've just ascended the throne and haven't yet unified the internal opinions of the clan. A noble god who was previously exiled has expressed opposition to the construction of your weak point. However, rest assured, I can resolve this small matter immediately.
The female warriors beside him, hearing this, were furious. A mere insect species dares to obstruct our master's plans. Clearly, our master has saved them, yet they still dare to show such disrespect. One female warrior shouted loudly, "Let us immediately flatten this dungeon and see who dares to oppose us." Upon hearing this, those from the insect species were terrified and broke out in a sweat. Yiwu quickly spoke up to issue an order. Hey! What are you doing? There are no more enemies in this world. Put down your weapons right away. The female warriors immediately obeyed, sheathing their weapons and stepping back. Meanwhile, a baby beetle, witnessing it all, could not stop expressing admiration. Indeed, Yiwu is deserving of his reputation. In such a short time, he has built such a powerful regiment. He is truly a shining example for me. Yiwu chuckled and addressed everyone. I'm sorry for frightening you all. Regarding the construction of the stronghold, I might have been a bit selfish and didn't consider the feelings of the locals. But please believe me, I have no ill intentions at all. I just want to create a safe place for my family. I hope we can all live together peacefully and maintain the beauty of this world. Hearing these words, everyone in the insect species happily agreed. One person said, "We absolutely trust Yiwu. We hope everyone can support him as well." Another person added, "Rest assured, Overlord. We will definitely assist in the construction of the stronghold." While everyone was in agreement, another group of the insect species vehemently opposed. "I don't believe it, this faction and his minions clearly still want to kill us." Now, this explanation sounds very fake. I see he is inherently cunning and unpredictable, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to vie for territory with our insect species. He is indeed the second Oswald, no doubt. Humanity must not be trusted. Baby Beetle angrily pointed a finger at the group of insect individuals and said, "You repeatedly oppose me, I see you as the second Oswald." Von Nuts was taken aback and responded, "I dare not, it's just that the human Yiwu is truly suspicious. I'm acting this way solely for the world and future of our insect species." Upon hearing this, Baby Beetle was furious and didn't want to say anything more. "Enough, the future of the insect species world is my responsibility. It is not yet your turn to worry. I have had enough of your opposing behavior. Clearly, you don't understand anything and still come out to protest." Baby Beetle coldly ordered, "Someone? Take Von Nuts and exile him to the frontier lands once again for me." Von Nuts struggled and shouted, "Let me go, I can leave on my own." Then, Von Nuts also made a threat, "You keep being so stubborn. The young king who sacrifices the dignity of the insect species for humanity will sooner or later face an increasing voice of opposition. And when that time comes, it will be my turn to be king." Baby Beetle spoke sternly, reaffirming once again, "Yiwu is the savior of my insect species. His words are my words. If anyone dares to show disrespect to Yiwu from now on, then the fate of GL will be the clearest lesson." Is everyone clear? The crowd of the insect species shouted in unison, loud and clear, "Your Majesty." Yiwu, seeing Baby Beetle's handling of the situation, praised him, "I haven't seen you in a few days, you really carry the demeanor of a king now." Delighted by the compliment, Baby Beetle replied, "You're just teasing me. I'm still far from it. Ever since I ascended to the throne, I've come to understand the difficulties that my father had to face." Yiwu reassured him, "It's okay. Just take your time. Even among humans, it can be hard to understand each other, let alone between humans and the insect species. When we truly make this world a better place, opposition will naturally fade away." Someone interjected, their tone full of warning, "Yiwu, this matter cannot be delayed. We need to start building the weak point immediately." Yi Wu inquired, in your opinion, where would be the most suitable place to build? The man opened a virtual map, examined it closely, and then said, from what I see, we should build on the ruins of the collapsed temple. After the last battle, that place is nothing but a desolate wasteland now. Constructing a weak point there would not only allow us to utilize the energy source from the insect species heart lying beneath the earth, but it would also provide better protection for it. Yi Wu listened to the analysis and agreed, let's do it like this. The unmanned equipment team was quickly dispatched to the lost temple ruins. AI Vis was assigned the task of overseeing the overall progress. The equipment team began analyzing and reporting, then used modern technology to mark the space of the dungeon. This method was indeed much more effective than using conventional robots. The goal this time was to build the framework and foundation for the weak point area. Since this was the most critical part, it required a lot of time. The engineers were calculating in detail the amount of materials and the necessary cycles to complete. Baby Beetle, unable to contain its curiosity, with bright eyes moved closer to observe. It exclaimed, the scientific techniques of humanity are truly amazing. Compared to this advanced automated construction method, the manual methods of our race are really too backward. Yi Wu smiled at this and replied, we cannot say that manual construction methods are backward. Each method has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, what results can come from the fusion of these two different civilizations? It is indeed worth looking forward to. At that moment, Zet was focused on the map, seemingly having discovered something. He looked up and said, I see that this weak point area places great emphasis on the fire defense system. But before, didn't you say that there are no more enemies in this world? What is the purpose of this design of yours, after all? Are these defense mechanisms not only to prepare for the insect species? Yi Wu explained, this is preparation for the potential occurrence of an invasion from another realm. Hearing this, Baby Beetle furrowed its brows and seriously asked, an invasion from another realm? Is it possible that your kind has other species crossing into our world? Yi Wu looked serious and replied, that's right. There has been your Xian He that has crossed over. Therefore, the likelihood of other species also crossing over is quite high. Baby Beetle praised, truly deserving of your reputation, Yi Wu. You are able to think so deeply about this. I was completely unaware of this issue before. Yi Wu thought to himself, previously, the principal had told me about new insights related to the era of muddiness of Earth. That could be a chaotic period concerning time and elemental forces. Moreover, this chaos only intensifies over the flow of time. Even if we capture all the dungeons and eliminate every beast in this world, we cannot completely end the chaos. The reason is that cross-dimensional elements will continually emerge and refresh. At that moment, AI Vis appeared, reporting, Master, I have calculated the time required to complete the construction of the entire weak point structure. It will take a total of 60 days, divided into 3 major phases. Phase 1, constructing the foundation and main frame of the weak point. This process requires 1,500,000,000 funds and will take about 30 days to complete. Phase 2, proceeding with the construction of the main structures. However, we currently have exhausted the budget, so we cannot continue. Yi Wu smiled triumphantly, it's okay, this weak point cannot be built in a day. We will build it step by step. Resources from the funds and other blueprints will be supplemented later. AI Vis replied, Master is now a well-known figure, capital is no longer a problem. Just then, Elder Li's communication appeared. He hurriedly reported, Master, it's not good. I am seizing this opportunity to report important news to you. I am being threatened by Ling Yuan and her forces, and I have now been pushed deep into the wilderness. Her goal is to search for the one who disappeared 30 years ago, the true deputy director of the Huangzheng Corporation, Emperor Shunt. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's face turned pale, shocked. He could not believe what he had just heard. Yi Wu was extremely surprised, I didn't expect Huangzheng to have such an independent identity. I've never heard of it before. Moreover, wasn't Ling Yuan under my control? I instructed her to stay at home and wait for orders,
How could she run into the wilderness? Elderly quickly explained, I truly witnessed a series of actions by Ling Yuan.
She used a fake death drug to enter a state of apparent death, thus cutting off all contact with the outside world. Therefore, your orders no longer apply to her. Ojian said, but in order to completely escape from your toxin control, this woman continuously replaces the toxic blood with new blood. Right now, she has changed her blood for the second time. Although the final effect is still unknown, I believe that even if she cannot completely break free from the control, at least it can reduce the effectiveness of your control to under 3/10.
Yi Wu felt worried upon hearing this. I underestimated her.
This woman is not only cunning and decisive in her actions, but she is also very cruel to herself.
As for that Emperor Shunt.
Suddenly, a strange voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, elderly.
Can't you pull it out? How long does it take to pull up the account? Don't waste our time any longer, hurry up. Elderly panicked and quickly replied, all right, it's done.
You should take the opportunity to say a few last words to Yi Wu.
Master, I can't prolong this any longer. In the future, I will try to find a chance to inform you about the situation here. Goodbye, Master.
After saying that, he hung up to avoid suspicion. Yi Wu on this side also began to think and blame himself. I can only blame my greed back then for not directly dealing with her, thinking I could take advantage of her a bit.
The result is leaving behind such a huge threat. At that time, did Ling Yuan go to find the chairman of Huangjiang to obtain recovery? Her ambition is truly vast. If it relates to the Emperor Shunt, maybe Yamoko and I will know some information. Should I call her and ask a bit? Just after finishing his thought, the system notified that Yamoko and I was requesting a connection. What a coincidence, I was just about to call her. He answered the call, young lady, is there something you need from me? Emoko and I replied, there's nothing serious. I just wanted to invite you to dinner tonight, just the two of us. Are you free? He immediately agreed, of course. I actually have something to ask you as well. Where's the location? Emoko and I happily responded, at the Heat Hotel. 7 o'clock tonight, I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. He answered, all right, I'll be there on time. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. Finally, he arrived at the meeting point.
A thought flickered in his mind. See, you once said this hotel is the most upscale in the area.
2 rows of receptionists stood along the red carpet, bowing and greeting him warmly, welcome, Yi Wu.
Everyone appeared very respectful, causing him to feel somewhat tense. This scene is really too extravagant. It's my first time in a place like this, and I can't help but feel a bit awkward. The steward approached from a distance, bowed his head. Yi Wu, please follow me.
Miss Emoko and I has been waiting for you for a long time. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, unable to suppress his curiosity.
He asked the steward, but I find it a bit strange.
Why aren't there any other guests around?
At that moment, Emoko and I stepped out from behind, wearing a splendid blue dress, her face radiant yet proud. She replied, of course, because I have booked this entire floor.
Is everything gone?
Yi Wu thought he must have misheard, thinking to himself, then how much money would that cost?
This is too extravagant. Emoko and I covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, now that you are the 4th shareholder of Han Mo, a person worth hundreds of millions, why are you still worried about such a small amount of money? Moreover, this is just the current value.
Once Han Mo consolidates the entire southwestern safe zone, your value will definitely increase several times. Hearing this, Yi Wu's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, this really makes one look forward to it. When he entered the room, Yi Wu spoke again, however, speaking of which, this is my first time here.
The life of a wealthy person is truly simple.
Sitting down at the nearly 10-meter-long dining table, seeing the various dishes laid out, Yi Wu couldn't help but exclaim, how luxurious.
Emoko and I teased, this is all to repay you. But compared to what you have done before, it is nothing at all.
Yi Wu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, no need to be polite.
That is what I should do.
So where should I start? Saying that, Yi Wu ate voraciously like a hungry tiger, his mouth constantly praising the delicious food.
Emoko and I, sitting beside him, laughed and reminded him, eat slowly, or you'll choke.
Emoko and I shyly and nervously spoke up, right now, regardless of ability, resources, or status, you have already reached the pinnacle.
What's your next plan?
Yi Wu, like a fool, fundamentally did not understand her meaning. He straightforwardly replied, none, it's still a long way to go. After that, he shifted the topic to something else.
Emoko and I let out a faint sigh and reiterated, do you know?
In the beast migration before, there was a level 300 boss.
To defeat such a monster, I think you still have a long journey ahead.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's expression remained unchanged.
He replied, I'm aware of that. But life is inherently short. The safe zone where we live, deep in the interior, is truly very safe.
If it weren't for the incident at the teleportation gate this time, perhaps we would never have the opportunity to face a foe of that caliber in our entire lives.
Is it worth rushing through life like this? Listening to these words, Yi Wu's eyes suddenly became resolute.
He lowered his voice and said, perhaps you are right. But even so, I absolutely will not stop or confine myself within this narrow world. Because in this world, only the strong can survive.
And even after becoming a strong man, there will still be stronger ones challenging me.
Therefore, to not be defeated, I must continuously grow stronger, until I become the strongest.
Emoko and I, upon hearing this, felt a bit moved and admired Yi Wu even more. Yi Wu, perhaps this is the reason why you are strong? Those romantic entanglements will only become a burden on your path forward.
I just need to quietly observe you from behind, support you, that's enough, truly, it's really good. At this moment, Yi Wu remembered the original reason he came to see Emoko and I.
He asked, I heard you know the former deputy director of the Huangzhan group, Emperor Shunt? Emoko and I was a bit confused and surprised. Emperor Shunt?
I've heard my father mention him before, he belongs to my grandfather's generation.
Why are you asking about him?
Yi Wu didn't mind sharing. I heard that Ling Yuan and his group are infiltrating the wilderness with the intention of finding Emperor Shunt. Emoko and I pondered with a serious expression, so that's how it is, this is indeed important intelligence. I will report it to my father later. As for him, I vaguely remember Emperor Shunt being quite obsessed. She continued, although the Huangzhang group was founded by him, he often went to clear various dungeons alone, leveling up, focusing on his own skills and power rather than the company. Until 30 years ago, he completely abandoned everything and disappeared into the wilderness alone. He truly is a person of strong character.
Ling Yuan said, however, I feel that finding the Emperor Shunt is impossible. Yi Wu asked in surprise, why? Emoko and I replied, in the first year after the Emperor Shunt disappeared, there were still a few scattered pieces of news about him circulating. But in the past 20 years, there has been absolutely no information at all. Whether he is alive or dead, no one knows. Ling Yuan is simply a rising force in recent years, it's still uncertain if she has any connection with the Emperor Shunt. Perhaps she doesn't even have information that even his two biological sons do not know.
Yi Wu spoke up, we cannot be careless.
This woman is very cunning. Without concrete intelligence, we cannot make such a bet. Yi Wu further asked, so, when the Emperor Shunt disappeared, what level was he at? Emoko and I replied, perhaps at level 100. Yi Wu thought to himself, a strong man at level 100, 30 years ago? The question here is, if he is still alive and has been leveling up, what level would he be at now?
Yi Wu was still contemplating. Typically, a person like this, apart from eating, hygiene, and resting, would definitely be clearing dungeons or on the way to another dungeon. With this pace, it's already been 30 years. I think, if he were still alive, I predict his rank would probably be around 200. Right now, both the Shadow King and Twin Witch accounts are unusable. Based on the Chien Emperor account, at most I can fight beyond 30 levels. That means I must level up to at least 180 to have a chance at defeating Emperor Shunt. Furthermore, this is quite an optimistic calculation.
Next, I need to train hard to level up.
At the same time, I will take advantage of the surplus experience points to see if I can unlock new accounts, in order to increase my combat tricks.
Emoko and I has been sitting beside me staring intently, not knowing what I am really contemplating. Seeing me lost in thought, Emoko and I asked, "Yiwu, what are you thinking about?" I calmly replied, "It's nothing.
I was just thinking about how to handle it if Emperor Shunt really comes back." Upon hearing this, Emoko and I suddenly recalled some childhood stories. She said, "I remember when I was very young, I once heard my grandfather tell stories about Emperor Shunt. He was not at all interested in power or wealth. Establishing Huangjiang was only to conveniently gather various resources to help himself advance further in martial arts. But when he reached level 100, he encountered a difficult bottleneck. As a result, he abandoned his two little sons and the family business, venturing alone into the wilderness to seek greater challenges. So, even if Ling Yuan was truly found, for someone who had long abandoned Huangjiang like him, there would be no reason for him to intervene." Yiwu found Mo Kuni's analysis somewhat reasonable, so he agreed with her way of thinking. However, his expression turned serious. In his heart, Yiwu wondered, could it really be like that? With Ling Yuan's temperament, is she capable of making a decision that is almost a gamble in a situation with no certainty at all? He told himself, she must have grasped something. Now I can only hope for Elderly, hoping he can transmit some useful intelligence. Seeing Yiwu lost in thought, Emoko and I couldn't help but laugh. "You always worry too much. Actually, you should relax a bit, don't frown all the time. Be careful, or you'll get wrinkles." Upon hearing that, Yiwu could only scratch his head with a wry smile. "I probably won't." Emoko and I smiled and continued, "I know you really want to relax, but this is not the time. Next, I will focus on exploring the high-level dungeon in the wilderness. We may face a battle outside the safe zone." Emoko and I truly wanted to accompany Yiwu. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "What if you?" But before she could finish, she quickly shook her head and changed her mind. "It's nothing. Whatever you plan, just feel free to go. I will be fully supporting you from behind." Yiwu was very grateful for Mo Kuni's heartfelt gesture. "Alright, by that time, I will definitely let you see me become stronger," Yiwu said. The two clinked their glasses and drank under the moonlight. "Yes, I'm really looking forward to it," Emoko and I replied. On the way back, Yiwu continued to ponder. "Recently, so much has happened that makes me feel like it has been a long time since I was in the system space to devise plans. The Shadow King and Twin, which are indeed no longer usable." The system appeared with a notification: "The mission progress of the Shadow King has reached 10%. There are 4 days left until the forced relocation. The cooling time for the Twin, which is still 4 days." Yiwu pondered for a moment and then said, "These situations were already anticipated. System, upgrade the connection level of the Qian Emperor to 180. The system accepted the order and replied, "Upgrading the connection of the Qian Emperor. A total of 100 million experience value will be consumed. The new form of the Qian Emperor account has been unlocked, the Flame Shadow Emperor." Upon seeing the new form, Yiwu could not help but gasp, "OMG. This looks increasingly sinister, increasingly unhuman. Is this the dark version of the Qian Emperor?" The system replied, "Correct. This is the form of the Qian Emperor that materializes after fully falling into darkness. Compared to the close combat style that uses a great sword, this form focuses on manipulating invisible shadows. This is an all-purpose form, combining physical attack, magic, offense, defense, melee, and long-range attacks." Yiwu was extremely pleased with this form and found it very impressive. He laughed and then continued to give orders to the system. "Good, keep going. Unlock 2 more accounts of AI Vis." The system immediately received the order and announced, "Unlocking new accounts. Acquired new titles, Master of Forging and Master of Enchanting. Total cost, 20 million experience points." After unlocking, Yiwu was curious and asked, "AI Vis, what is special about these 2 titles? Tell me about them." AI Vis, excited, replied, "Alright, let me tell you.
Master of Forging is a specialized skill for crafting weapon equipment.
Upon reaching this level, you can craft equipment that surpasses your own level limitations.
Moreover, the efficiency of using materials will be higher, and consumption will be lower. For a thrifty person like you, this is definitely a must-have." He paused for a moment and continued, "And what about Master of Enchanting?"
It allows you to use drawings and elements to enchant weapons or defensive gear. The special thing is that there are no level restrictions, and the success rate is a full 100%.
Hearing AI Vis passionately explain this, Yiwu burst into laughter.
He coughed a few times to regain his composure and said, "Whether it's being frugal or not doesn't matter anymore.
I now have a total asset value of hundreds of billions, you know?"
Yiwu considered 2 titles with special abilities, noting that if he could support the equipment strength of both the team and himself, then investing 20 million experience points wouldn't be a waste. He nodded in agreement and then remembered to address a matter related to AI Vis's friend-linked account.
AI Vis owned the man account, which could only be used once.
Although the account's strength was very powerful, it was limited by the duration of usage and accompanying side effects. He asked the system if there was a way to upgrade it to remove these limitations. After calculations, the system informed him that the time limitation could be removed at the cost of 20 million experience points. However, the side effects could not be eliminated. Yiwu decided to go ahead. He thought, removing the time limit has enough value, and the side effects can be manageable if I am cautious. The system confirmed the command and proceeded with the upgrade.
Upon completion, the man account was reactivated with no time limit.
However, the system warned that prolonged use would lead to the accumulation of considerable anger value, necessitating the use of skills to relieve pressure on the battlefield.
If not, negative effects similar to losing health would occur. Yiwu replied, "I understand. Open a new account as well. Let's see if there are any surprises."
The system received the command and unlocked a new account at the cost of 5 million experience points. The newly activated account was Ace Mechanic Xiaomu Hui, bringing promising potentials. He was the top pilot when the world faced an alien invasion, controlling Ace Mechanic and single-handedly confronting an entire alien fleet. In the end, he stormed into the drive core of the fleet's mothership, engaging in a mutual destruction with the invader, saving his home planet. Yiwu felt quite satisfied with this new account. He told himself, "It seems I've opened a hero account. But this isn't the combat power I want." Moreover, the positioning ability seems a bit coincidental with the master's thesis project.
The system responded defensively, explaining, "No.
AI Vis's master's thesis project can unleash 100% of the properties encapsulating various mechas, but Ace Mechanic Xiaomu we can unleash up to 300%. Upon hearing this, Yiwu was incredibly excited.
He exclaimed, 300%?
In other words, it's like increasing the level by 3 times.
That's awesome.
So if I use AI Vis's ability to craft a super vehicle, and then use Ace Mechanic's ability to level it up, it would be fantastic.
The system replied, reminding him, "A wish is indeed beautiful. But the current account is in a rudimentary state, and can only achieve a 150% upgrade. To reach 300%, you need to continue using experience points to unlock."
Yiwu smiled foolishly and replied to the system, "I know." Then he turned to say goodbye to Xiao Long. "Alright, I've gained quite a bit of experience, and my combat power has been replenished well.
Next, there's something important I need to do.
Goodbye, Xiao Long. I didn't have the chance to let you shine before, but there will be a time for you to show your worth later."
Xiao Long happily responded. On the other side, Yin Huan was relaxing in the bathtub.
She hummed a few tunes, but suddenly the system rang, notifying her that Yiwu was requesting to connect with her.
Yin Huan was surprised, she didn't expect it to be Yiwu. On the other end of the line, he spoke up, "It's me, why the sudden call? Has something happened?" Yin Huan forgot she was in the bath.
Hearing his voice, she awkwardly submerged herself in the water and quietly replied, "Nothing."
It's just that you called out of the blue, so I was a bit surprised. Is there something you need? Yiwu got straight to the point. Are you free tomorrow?
I plan to go to the dungeon training ground that I accepted earlier to challenge it.
You should come too.
Because you missed leveling up in the new Zerd Temple dungeon before, your level is a bit behind the others in the team.
It's time for you to level up. When In Huan heard Yiwu's invitation, she joyfully agreed without hesitation. Really? That's great. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow.
The next day, everyone had arrived at the meeting point as agreed.
Luo Feng was excited. This is awesome, we get to go dungeon diving with Senior to level up. Ruan Tian asked with some curiosity, where exactly is the dungeon we want to dive into today? Is it in the wilderness again?
Yiwu replied, it's the trial place where I got the key to the dungeon last time.
We don't need to go to the wilderness, we can directly enter the dungeon here. Luo Feng was impatient. I can't wait any longer, so what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go.
Yiwu remained calm as he responded, not yet, we still have to wait for one more person.
Who are we waiting for? Everyone wondered.
Suddenly, the wind began to whip up violently, and everyone looked up.
Luo Feng recognized that it was the spacecraft of Han Mo Corporation.
In Huan jumped down from the ship and greeted, sorry to keep you waiting, everyone.
Luo Feng was a bit shocked. I can't believe it, the person Senior wanted to wait for is you? Are you really planning to join us in combat this time? Ruan Tian happily and excitedly said, that's great.
You weren't there the last time in the dungeon, and I always felt regretful. This time you finally came, and we can fight with In Huan.
In Huan, while encouraging everyone outwardly, yes, everyone, give it your all. But inside, she secretly blamed herself. I thought it would just be him and me. What am I even hoping for?
Wan Hao, who was piloting the spaceship, seemed unaware of the tense atmosphere. He even intentionally teased, make sure to enjoy this rare date. In Huan, when you come back, there's still that hellish training from Lao Ji waiting for you.
Yiwu, don't let our little sister get hurt. Goodbye. Wan Hao's words ignited the curiosity of Luo Feng and Ruan Tian.
Luo Feng teased, I didn't expect the Senior to win over the number one beauty of the Mo Tsong team.
That's really impressive. Ruan Tian chimed in, but what about Mo young lady and Chi?
Hearing this, Yiwu got so angry he was shaking and shouted, Wan Hao, just you wait for me. Then, Yiwu waved his hand and opened the portal leading to the dungeon.
He turned back to remind everyone, let's go. Today we're going to clear the dungeon all day long. Everyone agrees, right? Stepping inside, everyone was stunned. Is this really the trial dungeon? It doesn't seem like an ordinary dungeon. Instead, this place resembles a competition arena. At that moment, the system announced, welcome challengers.
Next, I will explain the trial rules clearly.
Trial rules, this dungeon belongs to the secret realm form and includes 100 floors.
Every 10 floors, an elite high-level monster will appear. By defeating the beast that appears on each floor, you can open the teleportation door leading to the next floor. The rewards of each floor will be accumulated, and players have the right to stop midway to receive all accumulated rewards. This place has a time evaluation system for clearing levels. Based on the evaluation level, the rewards will vary, including experience points, cash, and various rare items.
Finally, if a challenger unfortunately dies midway, they will be forcibly returned to the first floor.
Although they will still receive the accumulated experience points, returning will disqualify them from receiving high-level treasures. After hearing the rules, everyone looked at each other with serious expressions. They all understood that this was not just a simple challenge but also a great opportunity. Let's get started. One person spoke up, their eyes shining with determination.
Yiwu wondered, can you come back to life after dying in the dungeon? I've never heard of such a thing. This kind of setup seems a bit too lenient. I'm not quite used to it right now.
In Huan explained, the mechanics of the dungeon in this trial type are like that. To put it plainly, it just means the dungeon has deemed you lost, not that you truly died.
Yi Wu understood, so that's how it is. The system asked again, would you like to begin the challenge now?
Yi Wu confidently replied without hesitation, let's start. The system initiated the challenge. First, 3 beasts appeared, a level 1 beast, a level 1 fishman, and a level 1 wild boar. Luo Feng stepped forward to fight, using a lethal skill.
A chaotic group disappeared instantly. The time taken to eliminate them was merely 1 second. Luo Feng realized something, the dungeon has 100 floors. The first floor only has level 1 beasts. It seems that with each floor you pass, the level of the monsters will also increase by 1. Ruan Tian added, the challenges we face now can be easily cleared.
The real difficulty will definitely arise when the number of floors surpasses our current levels.
Yi Wu nodded, that's right.
However, the key point of this dungeon is leveling up, not suppression. We must use the quickest speed to clear the stages to achieve the highest rating.
Therefore, efficiency is everything.
When you can no longer kill quickly, I will step in.
Saying that, he went up to the next floor with everyone.
Currently, they had reached the 10th floor, and 1 minute and 13 seconds had passed.
By the 30th floor, the time was 9 minutes and 20 seconds. On the 60th floor, the time was 21 minutes and 18 seconds. The skull ghost on the 60th floor was not easy to deal with at all. Luo Feng felt a bit frustrated, thinking, isn't the elite monster on the 60th floor supposed to be taken down immediately? How infuriating. Ruan Tian also began to worry, if we can't kill it quickly, then the time will be extended even more. Yin Huan decisively cut the monster in half with a single strike. He smiled and said, you two have worked hard. Now, I will take over the challenge.
Luo Feng felt a bit embarrassed and turned to say, I'm sorry, everyone, I'm sorry senior, I almost messed things up.
Ruan Tian also felt guilty, we've taken too long on this level. Will it affect our treasure grade? Yi Wu looked at them, not wanting them to feel awkward, it's okay, I will make up for this little time later. If it's just for the reward, I can handle it alone.
He explained further, giving the earlier levels to you two was to take the opportunity to learn, especially in situations that require quickly dealing with powerful enemies. We may encounter similar situations in the future, so we need to be mentally prepared.
Everyone happily nodded in agreement, got it.
Yi Wu turned to remind Yin Huan, you need to control yourself, don't use skills that drain too much energy.
We have to clear all day.
They continued their journey through the dungeon.
By the time they reached floor 70, the time was 24 minutes 11 seconds. When they reached floor 80, the time was 28 minutes 16 seconds. By the time they got to floor 90, the clock showed 32 minutes 9 seconds.
At this point, though Yin Huan still had 79% health, her energy was depleted. She began to feel tired. This focus on quick kills was harder than she imagined. The 3 elite monsters all had a life force resonance mechanism, meaning they couldn't take them down one by one, they had to aggressively attack all at once. Yin Huan said, her voice a bit weak, I've tried to conserve mana, but now it's all gone. Yi Wu supported her, reassuring her, if you're out of mana, you can take potions.
What I'm worried about is your mental fatigue.
No need to rush, take it easy.
I'll handle the later part.
Hearing this, Yin Huan felt that Yi Wu cared a lot about her. She seemed completely touched by him.
Behind them, Luo Feng couldn't help but tease, look at how Senior is supporting her. Ruan Tian chimed in, giggling, they're holding hands now. He.
Yi Wu, upon hearing their taunts, became furious and decided to threaten them using the account the Flame Shadow Emperor. Each word he uttered was filled with immense power, scaring everyone to death. Subsequently, Yi Wu unleashed the ability to burn everything to ashes.
Luo Feng, standing aside, felt a bit flustered. Senior, are you really going to burn down the competition arena? Upon reaching the 91st floor, the displayed time was 32 minutes 9 seconds. The monsters appeared and were instantly incinerated by Yi Wu, vanishing completely. Everyone was left in amazement. Luofeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Is the usage time 0 seconds?
This is true murder." The beasts, as soon as they took shape, were eradicated, truly ruthless.
As they progressed to the 92ND floor, the time was 32 minutes 11 seconds. For the 93RD floor, the time was 32 minutes 12 seconds. For the 94TH floor, the time was 32 minutes 13 seconds.
With each level, Yi Wu needed only a single second to resolve the threats. Luofeng stood agape, completely astonished. I seriously suspect that if he didn't have to pause to transition after each floor, the senior could have remained in one spot and slaughtered through 100 floors. When they reached the 100th floor, the final boss finally appeared. It was the Dark Lord. He roared in anger, "You foolish humans, do you dare to invade my territory? This is truly seeking your own death." Luofeng had just finished speaking when a burst of flame erupted, incinerating his opponent right under the hand of the Flame Shadow Emperor. The system immediately announced, "Dungeon level 100 completed in 32 minutes and 19 seconds. Congratulations! Overall ranking, SSS. The challenger has surpassed the challenge with the highest rating and received a diamond-grade treasure chest." Cheers erupted everywhere. Everyone was excited, continuously praising, "Amazing! This is the highest rank." The lively atmosphere became even more vibrant as people eagerly awaited the moment to open the treasure chest. Luofeng couldn't hide his impatience, urging, "Open the treasure, hurry up and open the treasure. I can't wait any longer. What good things are inside?" Finally, the treasure chest was opened. Inside lay a wealth of rewards that left everyone in awe: 20 million experience points, 10 million cash, 100 level 100 magic crystals. In addition, there was a great wizard specter, a two-handed wizard. It was a legendary wizard with extremely high magic power, accompanied by dazzling effects and unyielding close combat capability. Luofeng gazed at the wizard, unable to contain his admiration. "So awesome! This is indeed a godsend for the mage. Just maximizing the skill points for one technique is enough to unleash terrifying power." The vibrant atmosphere continued to spread, with everyone excitedly sharing the joy with Luofeng and his teammates. The second item is the Ajax shield, classified as a huge shield, which the great hero Ajax used. Its infinite defensive power can be compared to the most solid walls. The characteristic of the shield is that half of the physical damage from ranged attacks is highly likely to be blocked, and it can withstand physical damage from close combat. The third item is the Sword of the Pure White Knight, classified as a sharp sword. This is the type of sword used by the Knights of the Pure White Knight Order. It is extremely sharp and possesses holy attributes, increasing damage by 30% against the evil immortal race. The fourth item is the Magic Sword, the making of Darkest Blueprint. The necessary materials include the Sword of the Pure White Knight, Remnants of Light, 80 magic crystals of level 100, and 5 million cash. After the Pure White Knight Order was corrupted, they transformed into the Dark Knights, and their weapons were also eroded by evil, resulting in a transformation. The fifth item is the Training Field Key Forecast, classified as a skill book. It can sense the location of the key for the next level training dungeon. Finally, there is the Training Field Blackrock. This is a mysterious stone, and after gathering enough, something good may happen. Everyone has received their loot. Tian took the wizard, Luofeng took the Ajax shield. Yi Wu also brought the sword to gift to Huan. Is it really a good sword? Do you really want to give it to me? Yi Wu happily replied, "Of course. Moreover, I have also prepared to use the design that just fell out to forge and upgrade the legendary magic sword for you." Huang took the sword, still unable to believe it. She said, "You actually know how to forge? This is really hard to believe. But how do we gather the necessary materials for the forging?" Yi Wu smiled, appearing calm. "That's why I said it's skillful. The residual materials of light, which are essential for forging, just happen to be the materials that dropped when we fought different Akao last time. I didn't expect they could be used in this case. Consider it a return of the favor from before." Huang chuckled, thinking to herself, "You fool, what favor?" there's no need to repay. After that, Yiwu quickly switched his account to MOC, the master forger. Luo Feng, standing beside, teased, "Senior is starting to act all high and mighty again." Yiwu typed a few lines of code, then turned to announce, "The magic sword Darkus has been forged. It's complete, try it out quickly." Yin Huan was astonished as she held the sword in her hand. She exclaimed, "Incredible! Holding it, I can feel the boundless power surging." The magic sword Darkus had finally appeared. Its mythical passive skill included Destruction, increases damage by 100% against enemies with dark attributes, and non-attribute. Increases damage by an additional 50% against immortal races, demons, angels, and humans. The effect stacks on enemies with the same racial attributes. Yin Huan looked at the sword, her heart filled with emotions. Yiwu explained further, "This legendary magic sword focuses on damage output, making it very suitable to coordinate with my demon body. However, each time I use the demon body, it consumes a demon crystal. If I run out, what should I do?" Yin Huan replied, "Demon crystals are special legendary grade crystals, extremely rare. Although they do not contain magic power themselves, they have the ability to store and enhance the magic power I have accumulated. Each time I use the demon body, I must consume one demon crystal. Therefore, most of my income is spent on this investment." Yiwu thought to himself, "I wonder if MOC's gemology master account can transform demon crystals? If it can change the properties of this consumable, it would surely save Yin Huan a significant amount of money. Perhaps I should look for an opportunity to try it later." Regarding sensory ability, the training field key forecast seems to demonstrate that the dungeon does not exist independently. From the number of black stone fragments, it can be inferred that there are still 9 other related training places. In order to target the diamond grade treasures, we must obtain all of them to clear the stage. Luo Feng spoke up, "Senior, let's quickly start the next round." "I can't wait any longer." Yiwu presented everyone with a decision. Now, there are 2 paths to choose from. The first path is to continue clearing the trial area. Although the experience points and cash will not change, the items that can be obtained from diamond-level treasures will definitely not be as good as the first time. The second path is to directly absorb the magic crystals to level up. Yiwu explained, "Level 100 magic crystals for me are almost in excess, so there are enough for 3 people to use." Luo Feng expressed some concerns and said, "Senior, I actually thought about this from the beginning, but my conversion rate for magic crystals is only 35%. Tian followed up, "The conversion rate I have when using them together would be equivalent to mine. Therefore, I think it is unnecessary to waste them like that." Upon hearing this, Yiwu turned to ask Yin Huan, "What is your conversion rate?" Unexpectedly, Yin Huan answered with a surprising number, "My conversion rate is 95%. Luo Feng and Tian could not hide their admiration. 95%? That's impressive. She truly is the chosen one. Even doing nothing, just relying on magic crystals, she can continuously level up." Yiwu pondered, "A conversion rate exceeding 85% can prevent the diminishing returns of absorbing high-level magic crystals. Especially since she has 95%. This means that as long as she has enough high-level magic crystals, she can continuously absorb and level up without stopping." After a moment of contemplation, Yiwu added, "I still have some level 160 magic crystals on hand." At that moment, Yin Huan spoke, "For me, although absorbing magic crystals can quickly level up, a level like that is just like a flower vase, it shatters at the slightest touch. I prefer to continuously break through and accumulate my own experience through real combat. That is the path of becoming strong that I pursue." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and Tian expressed their admiration, their eyes shining brightly. "No wonder you are the goddess Yin Huan. We must learn from you." Yiwu nodded in satisfaction, "That's right. If we don't go through hardships, how can we overcome the survival challenges in the apocalypse? If that's the case, we decide to clear the dungeon. Next, I will activate the continuous clearing mode. Everyone, get ready." The group began to clear the dungeon non-stop. They continuously surpassed the 5th round, the 7th, and even reached the 40th time, until the sun set. When Yi Wu opened the portal to return, it was already dark. He turned back to look at everyone and asked, "How do you all feel now?" Luo Feng collapsed to the ground, panting, "My level has reached 83. As long as I don't stop, the level will continue to rise." But ultimately, humans have their limits. Tian could no longer bear it, sat down on the ground and vomited. "I reached level 80, but my body is too exhausted." Yin Huan was also fatigued, lying flat on the ground. However, she stated contentedly, "My level has reached 115. But with this level of intensity, I hope next time we can adjust it to be more suitable." The group lay down to rest, their eyes clearly showing exhaustion, but they could not hide their joy for the achievements they had made. Yi Wu spoke up, "It's a pity that it's enough for 3 people to want to clear it, but there will be no more opportunities because the key to this dungeon has used up its limit of 50 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the key shattered into pieces. Yi Wu thought to himself, "Just as I expected, the treasures that open up afterward are all trash." The fragment of black stone didn't drop either. To collect enough, the only way left is to go to the next trial level. Suddenly, Miao Bao appeared. "Everyone has worked hard to clear the dungeon. Dinner is about to be ready. I will bring it up for everyone right away." Everyone was surprised. Tian ran over and hugged Miao Bao tightly. "Let me hug you quickly." She showered kisses all over Miao Bao, feeling immediately healed. Luo Feng curiously asked, "Senior, when did you bring it out?" Yi Wu calmly replied, "Before that, after sending the Qixi group away, I remembered that Miao Bao was still in the dungeon, so I brought it out." Miao Bao, with tearful eyes full of hope, said, "Master, if you hadn't come to get me, I would have been stressed out by now. I waited in the dungeon for so long. When will you come to get me?" Yin Huan wondered, "Are you Yi Wu's new pet? You said you know how to cook? With your furry paws, I trust my own cooking skills even more." Miao Bao was extremely angry after hearing this. She shouted, "What did you say? My cooking skills have made countless delicious dishes." The two sides argued fiercely. Yin Huan, unwilling to back down, taunted, "It's decided. I will cook a delicious meal for Yi Wu myself." Miao Bao, infuriated, retorted, "Then let's see who cooks better." Yin Huan walked away with an air of confidence. In the end, both dishes were presented. Miao Bao's looked dazzling and appetizing, making one want to eat immediately. Meanwhile, Yin Huan's was burnt to a crisp. Feeling embarrassed, Yin Huan picked up a piece of the food cooked by Miao Bao and put it in her mouth. She murmured, "Although this is my first time cooking, I don't believe a cat can cook better than I can." Just after finishing the first bite, Yin Huan was astonished and exclaimed, "This is truly delicious." But not even a second later, she quickly turned to apologize to Miao Bao. "Miao Senior, I was wrong. Please accept me as your junior. I also want to make delicious dishes like this for Yi Wu." Everyone burst into laughter. Miao Bao no longer made things difficult for Yin Huan and smiled, saying, "If you sincerely want to learn, then I will teach you." Suddenly, the system displayed, "Contact from Fatties." Yi Wu pressed reply, his voice urgent, "What's wrong, Fatties? It's not time for our scheduled communication yet. What on earth has happened?" On the other end of the line, a weak voice came through the unstable connection, "Yi Wu, it's not good. Our base has been attacked, we need support." Yi Wu was taken aback, "What are you saying?" Xiai Xiaojia, despite only having a few seconds, tried to convey the situation, "The damn specific communication base station. Attack! Their firepower is too strong. We're fighting hard. Your family." The connection was too weak, and Yi Wu couldn't hear everything Fatties was saying. He anxiously shouted, "Hello, Fatties. What about my family, Fatties?" Fatties didn't respond, and Yi Wu was extremely worried, his mind racing with a multitude of questions about his family's situation. "Damn it! I was planning to pick them up tomorrow, and now this happens the night before. Is this a coincidence, or has someone been plotting this all along?"
In his agitation, unable to remain calm, I want to go save my family.
But In Huan rushed over, tightly hugging him, trying to keep him calm. Yiwu, don't act rashly.
Please stay calm for a moment.
The situation out there is very complicated, danger is everywhere.
If you rush in without any preparation, you'll die.
At the very least, you need to think carefully about how to respond first. Listening to the advice, Yiwu managed to quell the anger within him. She is right, the survival principle in this era is to absolutely not act without thorough preparation. Charging into the wilderness in the dead of night would be truly reckless. Just now, I almost lost my reason.
I apologize.
In Huan nodded lightly, feeling reassured that Yiwu had calmed down. I don't blame you. In such a situation, no one can easily control their emotions. Yiwu turned to say, I'm sorry, Miaobao, I'm sorry to you, I wasted the dinner that you carefully prepared.
Miaobao smiled and gently replied, It's okay, master.
Food can be made again, but Qi only has one.
You must definitely save Qi. Luo Feng wondered, who on earth dared to attack a senior's people?
Yiwu spoke up, it seems that the name is the specific communication base station.
He tried to ask In Huan, have you ever heard of this name?
In Huan shook her head and replied, basically, I have never heard of it.
I know about large and famous organizations in the wilderness to some extent.
Therefore, I guess the specific communication base station is just a small-scale violent group formed by a few exiles.
Organizations like this are everywhere in the wilderness.
Yiwu was extremely angry and could not understand, even though the quality of the members of the Horizon combat team is not that good, the scale cannot be considered small.
Even if ambushed, it shouldn't result in a disastrous defeat. What exactly is the background of this specific communication base station?
Perhaps I have underestimated the wilderness too much, which has led to my family and friends being put in danger.
He looked at In Huan and said, In Huan, among us, you are the one who understands the wilderness the best. I hope you can share the real information to help me resolve this difficult situation. In Huan smiled wryly, why are you being so polite today? Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know.
Saying that, she took out a projection device and began to explain to everyone, as you all know, after the anomaly several hundred years ago, Earth has taken on its current appearance. Humans have to concentrate on living within safe zones, while outside the safe zones lies a wilderness filled with dangers.
However, this does not mean that there are no humans living out there.
She continued, the people in the wilderness are divided into two types. The first type consists of concentrated communities of residents, to put it simply, they are the poor tribes. They mainly consist of low-level villagers who depend on hunting low-level demon beasts and simple production skills to sustain their lives in groups. She continued, every day, I live in a precarious existence, unsure if today will lead to tomorrow. Another category consists of teams that live in the wild, made up of mercenaries, relic hunters, and exiles. In places like the wilderness, there are countless organizations of this kind. Among them, there are also quite a few teams of considerable scale. However, due to the scarcity of resources in the wild, they do not have the confidence to confront us in safe zones. At least, this holds true in demon beast areas.
She continued, all right, next is some information about the environment in the wilderness. For example, the noise interference that just occurred in the communication. The reason is the presence of an undefined type of energy in this area, capable of disrupting communication. Particularly, the farther you are from the safe zone, especially over 500 kilometers, the stronger the interference becomes. Communication can only be restored if you are within the radiation range of the specific communication bases, scattered throughout the wilderness. She said, this undefined type of energy not only disrupts electromagnetic fields and positioning but also turns this area into a no-fly zone. Therefore, most people opt to use cars or walk to explore the wilderness. Nights here are incredibly dangerous, not only due to the brutal demon beasts but also because of poor visibility. Even experienced hunters can easily lose their way. Thus, when night falls, most choose to camp in place. She said, the scariest thing in the wild is the mist land that randomly appears, referred to as the bug land. She continued,
Although its occurrence rate is very low, once trapped in it, people will be restricted by its bizarre rules. If they violate the rules, it will ignore ranks and devour you. Luo Feng was a bit astonished, ignoring ranks, WTF, in the wilderness there exists such a place, the Bugland, truly fitting the name.
Tian Tian also wondered, is that specific communication base station built by humans? Yin Huan replied seriously, I don't know.
Most of these stations were left from ancient times, but there are also some that were researched and built by humans later. People in the wilderness even rely on this specific communication base station to delineate their spheres of influence. Yi Wu, standing nearby, was in deep thought. Based on the intelligence available, the most reasonable action now is to use the communication from fatties to find the coordinates of the corresponding specific communication base station.
After that, we can visit the site for exploration.
Next, we need to focus on searching for clues about the specific communication base station in the wilderness. As of now, I don't know anything about them, and I must gather some basic information first to plan the next steps. As for the concerns about nighttime and getting lost, they are not worrisome. I have Muwei's map and the Eye of Positioning after upgrading.
As long as I avoid entering the Mistland, there should be no danger at all.
Yi Wu spoke up, alright,
I've made up my mind, let's set off.
Yin Huan suggested, I'll go with you. Even Tian Tian and Miao Bao wanted to follow, but Luo Feng immediately stopped them, don't go.
Senior, this time we're going to rescue someone, we must prioritize speed and efficiency. Moreover, this is deep in the wilderness, which is extremely dangerous. If you come along, we'll just be a burden to you. The goddess Yin Huan is no exception.
Everyone found Luo Feng's words reasonable and sighed in acceptance.
Tian Tian reluctantly nodded, that's true. I thought this level up would finally allow me to be of help.
Miao Bao also felt a bit sad, I don't want to hold back my master.
Yi Wu reassured Miao Bao, don't worry, she will definitely be fine.
I will surely bring her back safely in front of you.
Miao Bao happily replied, okay. Miao Bao always trusts master.
Yi Wu nodded and immediately set off. Everyone stood watching as his figure gradually disappeared. Luo Feng sent his wishes, Senior, you must deal with those crazed fools in the wilderness who know no bounds. Yin Huan thought to herself, I, right now, basically cannot help him. If it goes on like this, he will drift further away from me, I must become stronger.
Yi Wu had arrived in the wilderness and began searching around. The last contact with Fatty's group was 1,000 km from the safe zone. Have they really ventured deep into the wild?
Thankfully, I have Muwei's map and the upgraded Eye of Positioning, which can maintain this state for a long time.
This dark wilderness looks like daylight to me. Level 65 strange beasts began to appear. Look, I've spotted a moving dinner. A level teenager dares to enter the wilderness at night. Aren't they tired of living?
The beast saw the beautiful wings and thought to itself, these wings will belong to me. Yi Wu swept through and completely eliminated the strange beasts, pushing them aside, get lost, don't block my way.
He landed on the ground, thinking, I flew quickly the whole way from the safe zone to here. It took over an hour, I hope I can still see familiar scenery. But before him lay a devastated land, surrounded by countless strange beasts. Yi Wu pondered, what kind of battle has this place been through? Have I arrived too late?
The strange beasts discovered Yi Wu and roared, there's a living person, fresh meat.
They rushed in, but were all burned to ashes by Yi Wu.
Beneath the pile of corpses, a weak voice echoed, help, someone help me.
Yi Wu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, is there still someone lucky enough to survive? The person was Wang Hui. She was dying, weakly saying, Thank you for saving me.
Yi Wu took out a blue potion and reassured her, don't talk, take this recovery potion, you'll be fine. Wang Hui hurriedly drank the entire vial. Her vitality slowly recovered. She looked at Yi Wu with grateful eyes and said, I'm saved. I thought I was sure to die.
Thank you so much. Yi Wu asked, you are a member of the Horizon Combat Team, right? What the hell happened here? Recalling the memory of the sudden attack, Wang Hui couldn't hide her fear.
She trembled as she recounted. After nightfall, Captain Lan Changyan led everyone to take shelter at this communication station.
Suddenly, we were ambushed by demon beasts.
In the wilderness, such things are not uncommon, but while everyone was fighting against the demon beasts, a horrifying incident occurred. Her voice choked, her red eyes embraced her head as she cried, "Hou!
Don't come over here."
Yi Wu firmly held her shoulders, comforting her. "Calm down."
What exactly happened?
Wang Hui trembled all over, sobbing, "Hou, Dad, I'm scared." He panicked, thinking, she must have seen something terrifying, causing mental trauma. "I can't use conventional methods to help her regain her composure, I can only." Then he began to hypnotize her, shock in the brain.
Calm down for me.
She suddenly came to her senses, exclaiming, "A."
Wang Hui was alert. What happened? Why am I crying? It feels like my brain froze for a few seconds.
Yi Wu consoled her, "Don't worry about that.
Let's continue with the previous topic. When you were resisting the demon beast, what suddenly happened?"
Fear surged in her eyes. She trembled as she recounted, "When we fought against the demon beast, suddenly 5 people appeared. I wasn't familiar with them, but I heard Captain Lan Changyan call them the Fragmented Dawn. The captain tried to collaborate with them, but those people didn't say a word. Then, they directly transformed into powerful demon beasts and summoned more demon beasts to attack us.
Our team quickly got surrounded.
Senior Lan told us to split into 3 groups, he and Hao Shui would go distract them, and I was assigned to escort Yun Fei along with a team with fatties."
Hearing this, he hurriedly asked, "Yun Fei? Are you talking about my sister? What about my family? Where are they? Did they manage to escape?"
Wang Hui suddenly said, "Sister, family, could it be that you are Senior Yi Wu?" Upon hearing this, she became even more frightened and anxiously replied, "I'm sorry, Senior, I didn't know. We were just about to break through the encirclement when we were attacked by the demon beasts. I was knocked unconscious, and when I woke up, I found myself buried among the dead.
Fortunately, you saved me, but I really didn't know anything. I'm sorry."
Realizing that his actions were excessive, Yi Wu let her go and spoke gently, "No, it's my fault for being too agitated."
"So you must know the escape route that Lan Changyun designated for you, right?"
He speculated, "From the noisy sounds in Fatty's phone, it seems they are moving away from the information station."
Finding the escape route first and then chasing after them to see if there's anything to discover is a reasonable choice. She gasped and replied, "Yes, I know."
Then, she pointed in the opposite direction and said, "Earlier, we retreated in this direction." Yi Wu nodded, started to walk, and said, "I understand now. I will go find them, you should find a safe place to hide.
Let's act tomorrow morning."
Suddenly, Wang Hui drew her sword, her gaze becoming mysterious. "Are you going to abandon me?" After saying this, she swiftly cut down a demon beast in front of her, then sadly said, "I understand, a small character like me will only drag you down." She cheerfully waved her hand and said, "Although my time with Yun Fei was very short, we have become good friends. So, Senior Yi Wu, you must save Yun Fei." Yi Wu broke out in a sweat, reluctantly replying to her, "All right." But inside, he was terrified. He thought to himself, "I almost lost my 50-meter-long big knife. I was worried that the tradition of large-scale art being stabbed in the back was about to be activated again." Suddenly, she collapsed, clutching her stomach in pain.
My stomach. Something is moving inside. It hurts so much."
Yi Wu turned his head in panic and asked, "What's wrong with you?" She screamed, "Help!" Unexpectedly, something exploded, and a bright red light shone directly at them. Yi Wu was covered in blood. A demon beast appeared, laughing gleefully, It turned out to be a night walker insect. It loudly said, "The breeding failed. This woman is too weak, not suitable for nurturing.
How about we switch to a man instead?"
Suddenly, a purple light surrounded the demon beast.
It screamed in pain, "What is happening?"
The purple light shot up, transforming into a large cross.
Yi Wu disdainfully replied. Is this what wilderness is? Human life here is so fragile. Sorry, let this dark flame cross be your tombstone.
He spread his wings and said, I promise you, I will definitely rescue Yunfei and bring them back. Arriving in the desolate forest, he thought to himself, now I have to rely on the base and the large traces they left behind to search first. Then he landed, looked around and said, there are signs that a battle occurred here. Carefully observing the footprints on the ground, he realized, the footprints are scattered. He deduced, this scene suggests two possibilities. Either they successfully dispersed to escape, or they were caught by the fragmented dawn. But the probability of being captured is slightly higher. He continued to ponder, I can't waste time searching based on these scattered footprints. First, I need to clarify information related to the fragmented dawn. If I find them, I will surely find Yunfei. But in this wilderness, I don't know anyone. How can I inquire? Suddenly, he remembered, that's right. Previously, on the online network in the Central Conference, I once met a cat-eared woman. She left me an address in this wilderness, and if the fragmented dawn also relies on using drugs to transform into demon beasts, then that girl who is a pharmacist is very likely to have information related to it. He took out the paper with the address, looked at it, and read, Wilderness, 30, Concentration Zone Number 24. Let's try our luck there. At the C30 concentration area, before the thick steel door, a cold voice rang out, Stop. This is a restricted area, unauthorized personnel keep out. Scram, or I will shoot on the spot. Yi Wu halted, looking up at the watchtower. Inside was surely a mid-level concentration area, with quite a few people coming and going. He reminded himself, I cannot act recklessly. Yi Wu raised both hands high and called out loudly, Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm not unauthorized, I'm an engineer, pharmacist, enchanter, blacksmith. Just tell me what you need, I can do it all. Just let me into the city. A voice from the watchtower echoed down, full of doubt, Huh? What's this kid saying? I don't like tricksters. Yi Wu quickly replied, Please, I'm not lying to you really. But another voice shouted, Get lost. If not, we will open fire. In the room atop the tower, a man reclined in his chair, irritably calling out, What's all this noise in the middle of the night? Can't a person get some sleep? A subordinate, flustered, entered and reported, Captain, there's a kid outside wanting to get into the city. He says he's an engineer, pharmacist, a whole bunch of other things. The captain quickly got up from his seat, approached Yi Wu, and said to his subordinate, Hasn't the central water pump in our town been broken for a few days now? He claims to be an engineer, so let him try to fix it. If he really gets it working, that will be our achievement. And if he can't fix it, then take all the money on him, beat him up, and throw him out. After all, there will be no loss for us. The subordinate immediately responded with enthusiasm, Captain, you are wise. Then, they opened the gate and led Yi Wu to the central water pump in the town. This was the place. One of the group said, You claim to be an engineer, fix this water pump for us, otherwise don't think about leaving. Yi Wu followed behind and replied, All right. He examined it carefully, thinking to himself, in such a big town, there is only this average water pump, life is indeed difficult. Compared to the safe zone, it's truly like paradise. But now is not the time to lament, I need to fix this machine first. As he was busy inspecting, someone yelled loudly from afar, Stop! Yao Sa, the mayor's daughter, was holding a flashlight and hurriedly running towards them. She kept saying, Who told this stranger to come and fix it? Do you want everyone in the town to die of thirst? The team leader heard this and hesitated a bit, only able to scratch his head and laugh it off. Miss Sasa, the water pump has actually been broken for several days. This kid claims he is an engineer, I think we should let him fix it. However, Yao Sa still glared at the other party and scolded, If he says it must be, if he says he is your father, would you believe him? Hurry up and get him out of here for me. Just then, his voice rang out, It's fixed, here is the water pump. Immediately, the mechanisms of the pump began to operate.
The group couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, huh? Yao Sa was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How can this be? This water pump requires at least a mid-level engineer to fix. The team leader, who was just pale with fear, now breathed a sigh of relief and said, I told you. I said this kid could definitely fix it. Ha ha. Yu lightly tapped on the side of the pump, looked at the others, and continued, not only have I fixed it, but I can also upgrade the power of this water pump. During the upgrade, the water flow will also be supplemented with a filtration function. However, I don't know how much groundwater you have, so I advise you to still use it cautiously. The two gate guards were so moved they wanted to cry and said, "This is great. Finally, we can drink clean water." Another added, "Hohu, we haven't had drinking water for days, thank you so much." The girl Yasa, though still arrogant, also knew how to be sensible to express her regrets. I didn't expect that I could be mistaken too. But wrong is wrong. I still have to apologize to you. I'm sorry, but you can't blame me, because you look just like a young master who just ran out of a safe zone, without any life experience, without a hint of dust on you. Mistaking you was something very normal. Upon hearing these words, he was taken aback and quickly explained, I'm not any young master at all, nor is it because I lack life experience. I'm here to find someone. The address she left for me is right here, Concentration Area 30, number 24. Hearing this, Yao Sa was extremely surprised. Isn't number 24 Xiaomo's house? But you came at the wrong time. 3 days ago she went out to pick herbs and hasn't come back since. However, Yiwu crossed his arms in front of his chest, adopting a suspicious demeanor and interrogating, is that so? Yao Sa, being treated as a liar, became furious and yelled, Hey! What is that expression on your face? Do you really think I'm lying to you? You can doubt my temper, but you have no right to doubt my character. Follow me. I'll take you to see. He looked at the figure in front of him and couldn't help but feel scared. Before long, both of them stopped in front of a house with a tightly shut door. Yao Sa stepped forward and said to him, See, I told you she's not home, right? Yi Wu, upon seeing this, became frustrated, knocked on the door, and shouted, Damn it! I have something urgent to discuss, I need to find her immediately. Yao Sa was startled and quickly reminded him, Wow, why are you yelling like that? What do you need to find her for? If you're in trouble, why not tell me? Maybe I can help. After all, our town owes you a great favor. Hearing this, Yi Wu turned to look at her, with a puzzled expression, So do you know the fragmented dawn? The people I'm looking for are them. She quickly replied, The fragmented dawn? I think I've heard of them, but I'm not too sure. If you want to find someone, let me take you to meet my dad. He's the mayor here and knows a lot of things. Then thank you, Yi Wu nodded in agreement. Both of them walked under the starry night sky. Yao Sa continued to chat, her voice a bit admiring, although this might not be the right time to mention it, I truly admire you. You're about the same age as me, yet you've already reached the intermediate level of engineering. He asked in surprise, I can see you're very interested in engineering, so what's your level? Yao Sa paused for a moment before answering, I've liked playing with machines since I was a child, but I learned everything on my own. Right now, I can only say I'm a beginner, I'm still very far from being a qualified engineer. So can you teach me? He was silent for a moment before replying, This isn't the right time for that. Let's talk about it later. She mischievously smiled, Since you didn't refuse, I'll take that as your agreement. Jia Yiwu found it hard to argue back, so he just stayed silent. After a while, they arrived at their destination. Yao Sa decisively kicked the door, breaking it partially. She shouted loudly, Dad, are you home? Yao Taizhu was sitting with several others. Hearing his daughter's voice, he immediately scolded, How many times have I told you, girl? When you enter, use your hands to push, not your feet to kick. Yao Sa noticed a group of people and quietly asked, Why are you still having a meeting at midnight, Dad? He rubbed his forehead, looking troubled, Damn it, isn't it because the water pump keeps breaking down?
We're discussing where to find a mid-level engineer to fix it, and at the same time, figuring out how to deal with the scoundrel who sold us this junk machine.
If I catch him, I'll skin him alive.
The girl quickly led Yiwu into the house, excitedly saying, "No more hassle, the water machine has been repaired by Yiwu already." Yiwu looked at everyone, politely speaking, "I apologize for bothering you all so late."
Yao Taizhu, suspicious, wanted to confirm, "Really? You are not tricking me, are you?" Sa.
Someone immediately reported, "There is indeed water now, Mayor, and moreover, this water is much sweeter than before." Hearing that, he stepped forward, put his arm around Yiwu, and happily said, "Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth, you are the hero of our town.
How much reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I will give it to you."
Ha ha. Yiwu replied with a serious face, "I don't need money."
Taizhu, surprised, asked again, "So what do you want?"
Yiwu tilted his head, looked at him, and softly said, "I want information about the fragmented dawn."
"Do you have it?"
Hearing that, Yao Taizhu was stunned for a moment.
He looked at the people around and ordered, "You all go to sleep now. I have something to discuss with Yiwu." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Mayor." However, Yao Sa, his daughter, pouted and protested, "I don't want to. Why should I listen to Dad? I want to stay here."
Yiwu looked at her, his serious gaze carrying a hint of intimidation. "If you still want me to agree to the previous matter, it's best to obediently listen to your father and step outside first." Yao Sa immediately obeyed, and before going outside, she did not forget to remind, "All right, I will wait outside, just instruct me if you need anything."
Taizhu, seeing the dramatic change in his stubborn daughter, was left speechless, silently screaming in his heart, "What the heck? This spicy little girl, even I can't handle her, and yet this guy managed to make her obey with just a few words." Yiwu unexpectedly asked, "Can we talk now?" He replied with some concern, "Of course, but this fragmented dawn is a secret topic that few people know about. Just fixing the water pump is not enough." The two sat facing each other, and he casually asked, "No wonder you're the mayor, you really are sharp in business. Go ahead, what do you want me to do?" Yao Taizhu happily sipped his barley and said, "I like dealing with someone like you, straightforward and to the point. My request is very simple. I hope you can help me reinforce the walls of the town. If you can repair the water pump, then I believe this small matter will be nothing for you." After that, with a grim face, Yao Taizhu continued, "But for people living in the wilderness like us, this is a big deal, related to the extension of our lives. I hope you can understand, after all, you live in a safe area, so you probably can't imagine how hard we've tried just to survive." Yiwu also subtly understood the implication, "I can understand and agree to your condition, but how can I judge that the intelligence you mentioned is not deceiving me?" The mayor then confidently assured, "This source of intelligence is real. Rest assured, after all, many years ago I was also a member of the Fragmented Dawn." As soon as the words reached his ears, Yiwu was taken aback. He passionately exclaimed, "You were once a member of the Fragmented Dawn, so your information must be absolutely true. This is very important to me." Yao Taizhu was surprised by Yiwu's momentum, exclaiming, "The pressure is truly terrifying. Although I had guessed that he would not simply venture into the wilderness alone tonight, I did not expect him to unleash such powerful strength. At least above level 150. He smiled kindly, reminding, "Stay calm, a hero must remain calm. Although I do not know what grievances you have with the Fragmented Dawn, my association with them was 20 years ago, and I have no relation to them now." Taizhu began to recount what he knew from the past. About 30 years ago, the Fragmented Dawn was originally a major force ranked 5th in the wilderness. They were numerous and committed all sorts of evil deeds. At their most frenzied, they even contemplated openly allying to attack the safe zone. Taizhu continued, "But when they were about to take actual action, a man named Mu Wei charged into the outpost of the Fragmented Dawn all by himself, and with his sheer strength, he destroyed the entire organization. A lone warrior stood there, ready to face dozens, even hundreds of others. After that battle, although the Fragmented Dawn suffered severe losses and was no longer as strong as before,
their main forces either rebuilt new forces or joined other alliances. Nowadays, only a small group carries the name of the Fragmented Dawn, but the era no longer belongs to them.
The Fragmented Dawn is now just a dim shadow in the wilderness.
Yiwu thought of Mu Wei and quietly reflected, it's him again, the senior Mu Wei, truly a mysterious hero.
Then he opened his mouth to ask further, do you know where their current outpost is?
Yao Taizhu quickly replied, I don't know. As far as I know, they do not have a fixed outpost. At this moment, White appeared beside him to report, Master, the spectrum shows normal, it is not lying. This report caused Yi Wu to sink into contemplation. If the behavior of the Fragmented Dawn is correct, what is their purpose in attacking the Horizon combat team? For money, or is there someone behind directing them? Yi Wu continued to ask, do you know if the people of the Fragmented Dawn are using demonization to fight? As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Taizhu was stunned. Demonization? I didn't expect that this person has fallen to such a degree that he is willing to abandon his humanity for power. He continued, it's truly pitiable. Then, he tensely looked at Yi Wu as if wanting to probe, humans desire demonization. The most effective method is the demonization drug, but such substances are rare in the wasteland. If we could find a source for the drug, we might be able to uncover it. Could it be that your purpose in coming to us is Mo Lisa? Yi Wu immediately admitted, that's right, but unfortunately, I didn't meet her when I went to her house earlier. Previously, a centenarian, highly esteemed in the town, suddenly fell ill. She needs a special medicine to recover. Therefore, I entrusted Mo Lisa to go out and gather herbs. Currently, she is the only pharmacist in the town, and the townspeople rely on her. Yi Wu was truly astonished. 100 years old, surviving in such a harsh environment is really surprising. Yao Taizhu sadly continued, yes, I also hope she can continue living. After all, this settlement was established by her alone. Yao Taizhu kept recounting the wonderful things about this girl. Although Mo Lisa has a peculiar temperament, she often accepts some secret commissions to earn money. Deep down, she is very kind-hearted, always providing free medical care and medicine to the townspeople. But then he shifted to another topic. That aside, since you are so actively inquiring about the intelligence of the Fragmented Dawn, could it be that they have wronged you in some way? Yi Wu did not hide but directly said, because my family is very likely to be kidnapped by them. This mayor has been home for a while now comforting, they really can do this kind of thing. But the fortunate part in the misfortune is that now they are acting as mercenaries, so for the sake of money, they won't easily kill people, so your family must still be alive. Yao Taizhu replied, thank you for your kind words. At this moment, he suddenly intended to end the conversation, it's getting late now. How about you stay here tonight? Mo Lisa should be back tomorrow. Then you can ask her. Yi Wu agreed, okay, then I'll trouble you. Yao Taizhu then called out to the door, asking, Sasa, take Yi Wu to the living room to rest. She quickly appeared and obeyed, okay, Dad. Yao Taizhu watched him prepare to leave and instructed, get a good rest tonight, tomorrow I still need your help to renovate that city wall. Yi Wu confirmed, leave it to me, I will definitely accomplish what I promised. He and Yao Sa left together. He looked at his daughter, giving a sign of approval, silently thinking, this man, I have checked, is a high-quality person. Rest assured, I can confidently take action now. The daughter turned around in surprise to look at him, as if there was a spiritual connection between them. Yao Sa, feeling flustered, stepped forward and waved her hand, saying, Dad, what are you talking about? I just met him for less than 2 hours. However, he still excitedly replied, what's there to be shy about? You are grown up now, it's time to find a partner. Besides, a good man like him, once he leaves this village, there won't be another. We have to leave some descendants for our family so I can hold my grandchild. At that moment, a shout came from behind. Yi Wu startled and turned to look at him, asking, hey, what's wrong? Yao Sa hurriedly explained, it's nothing, really nothing. I'll take you to your room. But Yi Wu remained suspicious, and asked the system flying beside him, AI this, what are this father and daughter mumbling about? Do they want to sell me? Aivis did not hide it, even showing a dangerous expression, and replied, selling is not quite the case, but they are discussing how to make you their son. Yiwu left, feeling confused, wondering what to do. Currently, there are only 2 days left until the forced summoning of the Shadow King. The next day, the Yao father and son along with Yiwu went to the city gate. Their appearance caused a stir in the town. That kid is the engineer that the mayor invited. That's right. He's the one who fixed the water pump. I heard he's a senior engineer. No way. How could he have such high skills at level 18? You don't understand. He's obviously a prodigy from the safe zone. Concealing his level is probably too easy for them. Yao Taizhu turned to Yiwu and asked, the city wall, what level of attack can it withstand at most? Yiwu thought for a moment and replied, about level 60. Since our concentrated area is relatively safe, we haven't faced many highly threatening attacks. With a level 60 defensive beast, it's still more than enough. Hearing this, Mr. Yao suggested worriedly, but after so many years, the durability of this wall is nearing its limit. Therefore, I hope you can reinforce it a bit. Yiwu stood in front of the gate, reached out, and touched the surface. Feeling the frailty within the wall, he silently thought to himself, indeed, it is no longer sturdy. Yiwu continued, if it weren't for me, it wouldn't have lasted through the next attack. At that moment, machinery began to start up around them. Many devices flew up high, using scanners to survey the entire gate. The announcement sounded, material analysis complete. Inject elements, begin enhancement. Immediately, a brilliant blue light emanated from the gate, illuminating the entire area. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, what is happening? The wall is starting to glow. Is this the power of a high-level engineer? Ah, my eyes are almost blinded. After a long while, the enhancement was completed. The wall had reached a defense level of 100. Cheers of joy erupted, incredible. It's really like magic. Yao Taizhu stood by, mouth agape in amazement, then said, unbelievable. Even a high-level engineer couldn't finish a level 100 wall in such a short time. Could it be that you are a master? Yao Sa, standing right next to him, could not hide his astonishment either. He comfortably put his arm around Yiwu's shoulder and spoke with deep appreciation. Yiwu, not only did you fix the water pump, but you also improved the wall. You have solved our 2 biggest survival problems. You are truly a great benefactor of this town. On behalf of all the people of Concentration Zone 37, I sincerely thank you. He continued speaking, from now on, you can consider this as your home in the wilderness. No matter what requests you have, just let us know. We will definitely support you wholeheartedly, right, girl? Sasa exclaimed, yes, yes. I will also support you with all my might. However, deep down, she thought, Dad, you are overextending yourself, but I'm not mentally prepared yet. Just then, a car driving down the road caught everyone's attention. They murmured, this car is, indeed, right on time. She's back. Inside the car, Mo Lisa and the 3 men in the back seat were all injured. Each had an expression as if they had just lost their food rations. When the car stopped, Yao Sa quickly walked up to greet her. Xiao Mo, you are finally back. However, Mo Lisa remained silent and walked straight past without saying a word, leaving Yao Sa unnoticed, feeling disheartened and standing there in confusion. Oh dear. Yao Taizhu observed Lisa's appearance and didn't say anything, but he likely understood in his heart. He could only sigh, looking like this, it seems the mission has failed. Life is unpredictable. What should we do this time? Yiwu attentively looked at her, telling himself, now is not the time to inquire about the intel, we can only wait and see. Mo Lisa was on her way home from the gate, her body trembling, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She constantly regretted and blamed herself, I'm sorry, my dear. I'm so useless. In the small, dilapidated house, the sound of weeping echoed painfully. Lisa knelt by the bed, choked with emotion. I'm sorry, I couldn't find that medicine. It's all my fault, I'm so useless.
Hoo.
Manhwa lay on the bed, her pale face gently looking at the child beside her. Her voice was weak, yet filled with love. You silly child, don't cry anymore. You always take on responsibilities, wanting to bear everything alone. You've been like this since you were little. No matter how I say it, you won't change. She smiled softly, her frail hand stroking Lisa's head. I have lived long enough. Living to 108 years in the wilderness is already a miracle. Moreover, I was lucky to meet you, my best disciple. You are still young but have learned all my skills. Looking at you, I see the reflection of my younger self. I have no regrets in my life anymore. Now you should go live the life you want. Leave this old woman behind. 2 streams of tears flowed down Lisa's face. Her eyes were heavy with sadness, her voice choked. No, that can't be. I'm still not good enough. I still want to learn from you more. Please don't leave me. She burst into tears, her sobs resonating in the small space. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted. Ahem, I apologize for disturbing you at this time. Yiwu stood at the door and asked, I want to ask a little, what medicinal herb do you need? Perhaps I have it. Lisa, angry, turned around and scolded him. Who are you? Who let you in here? I've never met you before, get out. Yiwu did not show any anger but remained silent. Then his face darkened, and his tone became cold. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are a pharmacist, and you must be able to assess the situation clearly. This person's condition has reached the most dangerous stage. If she is not saved today, she may not survive until tomorrow. If she is truly important to you, then do not worry about these details. Please tell me the name of the medicinal herb you are missing. At this moment, Lisa did not know how to refute him. Her brother lowered his head and desperately recounted, I am missing a rare medicine called cliff flower. This flower only grows at the top of high mountains, outside the cliffs. But I have searched all the nearby mountain ranges and found nothing, not even in the black market. How could a stranger like you suddenly appear here and happen to have this medicinal herb? He turned to the system and asked, is there a cliff flower in the system's inventory? The system pondered for a moment and then replied, actually, there is. It was obtained from Lai Jiasi before, but there is only one plant, very precious. Then you must want to take it? He asked. Looking towards the old woman who was gasping for breath on the bed, about to step into the door of death, he said, this is not the time to be stingy. This is an opportunity to exchange information and save a life. There is nothing to hesitate about. He took out the cliff flower and happily asked, isn't it a coincidence? What do you think this is? Lisa was stunned to see what she needed. This is the cliff flower, I can't be mistaken, right? How much do you need? As long as you agree to sell, I can pay any amount. He handed the cliff flower to Lisa and said, I don't need money, I just need you to tell me a piece of information later. But right now, saving a life is the most important thing. We will talk later. Could she believe her ears, this? Lisa bent down to the ground to express her gratitude. Thank you, as long as you want to know, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Thank you once again. Lisa hurriedly ran off. Then I will go home to prepare the medicine first. He felt a bit worried, this cliff flower belongs to a high-level herb. He continued, a senior pharmacist is needed to successfully concoct the remedy. With her rank, can she do it well? If it fails, it would be a waste, we must go check. Just as he stepped out the door, Manhwa, lying on the hospital bed, muttered a sentence that left him utterly astonished, you have a very special scent on you, unlike the smells of this world. He turned back and asked, are you talking about me? But in response to his question came only strange words, I don't need it. Looking at the old woman like that, he wondered, could this be a symptom of a serious illness, talking nonsense in a coma? It seems time is running out. He quickly left the house, deciding, I must hurry there to prevent any unforeseen events from happening to her and also not to waste this precious medicine. In the small house, on a table covered with various types of medicine, a large pot was boiling vigorously. Yao Sa,
feeling anxious, asked, "What's the matter? Didn't Xiao Mo get the herbs she was focused on? Why haven't we started making the medicine?"
Lisa rummaged through her bag, this. Meanwhile, Yiwu leaned against the door, saying, "It seems my intuition wasn't wrong, her level as a pharmacist is still not enough to successfully create the cure."
Yao Sa was astonished. "What?" Lisa felt helpless, she shouted, "It's all because I didn't study medicine well, now I only have a diploma as a pharmacy technician. I know clearly that I only have this little qualification, but I'm the only pharmacist in this town. Even though the failure rate is high, I still have to try my best, but I am still scared." At that moment, she suddenly realized something, turned around, and asked, "Wait a minute, not only did you immediately see my problem, but you also brought such precious medicine, could it be that you are also a pharmacist?" Yao Sa next to her waved his hand. "He's not a pharmacist or anything, he's an engineer. He just finished repairing the water pump in the town yesterday and upgraded the city walls today. Although he's really good, the two fields are as different as night and day. If you want him to make medicine, that won't work." Unexpectedly, Yi Wu admitted, "It's a coincidence, I am also a pharmacist, and my level is not low." Hearing that, Lisa's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Lisa moved closer, making Yi Wu flinch, her body almost pressed up against him as she whispered, "The scent does not deceive people." "I believe you, you are not lying." Yao Sa hurriedly intervened, Hey, are you really going to let him do it?" Although Yi Wu is indeed very talented, usually a person cannot master many professional skills at the same time like that. "Aren't you afraid of wasting the precious medicinal materials that are hard to come by?" she said. "The herbal medicine is also from Yi Wu." Lisa interrupted, "Compared to my own ability to make medicine, I trust my sense of smell more." While the two were bickering, Yi Wu had completed everything. He handed the medicine over and said, "It's done, hurry and give it to the old lady to drink." Both were astonished, their mouths agape. "Really? Is it done?" Yao Sa, feeling embarrassed, scratched her head and mumbled, "It seems Yi Wu is not an ordinary person." After returning, Lisa helped the old lady sit up and poured the medicine into her mouth, feeling extremely joyful. The old lady's body began to emit a green light, as if she was being healed. Yao Sa asked in surprise, "Is this medicine already effective?" The old lady gradually opened her eyes. This is." Lisa joyfully embraced her, unable to hold back her tears. "Grandma! Finally, you've woken up. I was so afraid you would leave like this, leaving me all alone." The old lady smiled kindly. "Lisa, you've worried too much. You are indeed my foolish child." Yi Wu stood beside, watching the scene, and curiously asked, "You two are not just teacher and student, but also have a familial relationship, right?" Yao Sa wiped her tears and replied, "Yeah. Because she is not only Xiao Mo's teacher but also the one who found her in the wilderness and raised her. She is her benefactor." Mo Hui stared at the thing in Lisa's hand, and finally realized, "The medicine in your hand. If I'm not mistaken, this is a master-level medicine." Lisa didn't understand much about master-level medicine, but looking at the medicine map, she could also see that it belonged to a very high level. Yi Wu explained, "That's right, the high-level recipe you gave me actually had a few flaws, the treatment effect was not optimal. I made some adjustments to the ingredients and ratios of the medicine. If the original recipe could help the elderly live for another year, then with my improvements, this time could be extended by at least 5 years." Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. "What?" Yao Sa and Lisa exclaimed in unison, filled with surprise, "How could it be you? You can even modify a high-level prescription like that. To be able to convert a high-level medicine into a master-level one means you are a master-level pharmacist." He stood there, exceedingly dignified. Yao Sa's eyes lit up, full of curiosity. "Could it be that your engineering background is also master-level? You are a dual master in both engineering and pharmacy?" Yi Wu lightly nodded, as a form of tacit acknowledgement. Yao Sa could not hide her admiration but still wondered, "Clearly you are so young, how could you have accomplished this? This is truly unimaginable. Could it be? Actually your age is quite large, you just look very young?"
Yi Wu was at a loss for words and did not respond. Next to him, Mo Hui quietly sat up, muttering, "It seems this is also a destined fate." Lisa worriedly supported the old lady. "Grandma, you just recovered, don't push yourself." The old lady became serious. "Next, I have something very important to say to this young man." "You all go outside first." She questioned, "What is it that I can't know, Grandma?" The old lady replied, "Well, it's a significant matter. I can only talk about this privately with him." Lisa grabbed Yao Sa's hand and said, "I understand. Yao Sa, let's go." Yao Sa responded, "Okay." Before leaving, Yao Sa glanced at Yi Wu. She told herself, Dad was right, an outstanding man like him is rare to encounter, and if I miss this chance, there will absolutely be no second time. But do I deserve him? Moreover, a person as exceptional as he probably already has someone in his heart. Now the room was left with just the two of them, one old and one young. Mo Hui spoke, "Thank you for saving me, Yi Wu. Although I once said I have lived enough, the truth is, I am still very afraid of death. Especially since I have lived to be 108 years old, an old woman like me fears death even more the longer I live. Even though this world has long since fallen apart, I still want to welcome the new dawn with it." Yi Wu had no aversion to this. He calmly said, "Fearing death is a common thing. It's nothing to be ashamed of. To face death and still remain calm is something not many can do." The old lady chuckled at this. "Ha, you really know how to talk." She continued, "I said that young people at your age can reach the master level, it's truly rare. Thinking back, it took me until I was 50 to barely break through." Yi Wu then realized, "You are also a master pharmacist." She smiled with her eyes squinting, saying, "If I didn't have such abilities, I wouldn't have been able to live in this wilderness for 108 years. Compared to Lisa, my entire later life was dedicated to researching immortality. It's quite selfish, isn't it?" Yi Wu shook his head and replied, "People do not think of themselves, and the heavens and earth will perish. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, who doesn't think a bit more about themselves? People like you living a little longer is a blessing for this town. You must know, a master pharmacist is someone whom even big corporations are willing to invest in to recruit." Hearing this, she laughed heartily. "Ha! Young people like you are truly interesting. Over the years, I've only met two people like you." Yi Wu curiously asked, "So who is the other one?" She pondered for a moment before answering, "He is similar to you, also from the safe zone. Perhaps you've heard of his name." Yi Wu smiled faintly. "Mu Wei? Why is there a guy like that everywhere?" "Master Mu Wei." He also did not hide anything. "Mu Wei is a legendary classmate of our school." "What did he do back then that made you remember so clearly?" She recalled, "Back then he was nearly the same age as you, but compared to you, he was much more enthusiastic and impulsive, often doing unpredictable things. He once single-handedly eliminated the fragmented Dawn, but was also seriously injured, nearly losing his breath. It was difficult for me to save him. In the end, that guy wrote an IOU and ran away. It really made me furious." Yi Wu said, "Indeed, a strange person does strange things, but the one who kept me here for a private conversation surely has other motives beyond these past stories. On the surface, he seems ordinary but thinks differently. I didn't expect you to be someone like that." Mu Wei chuckled and sighed, "Old folks like me enjoy reminiscing about the past with others, but I don't have any other intentions, just following the guidance of fate, wanting to pass a few things to you." Hearing this, his eyes brightened. "Really? But if it's money, I don't need it. Right now, I'm not lacking in money." She laughed. "Ha, indeed a straightforward child." She took out a glowing scroll. "The longer one lives, the more one believes in the arrangements of fate." She continued, "Before I die, you saved me, just when you are a master-level pharmacist. I believe this is the guidance of fate, wanting me to entrust this blueprint to you. This is resurrection, consisting of longevity fruit, brokenness crown, supreme aura, and immortality. If the required ingredients are properly combined, it will create resurrection." Upon hearing this,
he was greatly excited. Is this a god-level potion recipe? May I ask, such a precious blueprint, how did you come to possess it? Do you really want to give it to me? The serious expression on her face replied, that's a tale from long ago, I don't remember it clearly. The only thing I can say is that the difficulty of crafting this potion is very high. It seems that with human intelligence, it is difficult to comprehend it. Even with the skills of a master-level pharmacist, I have not been able to grasp the method of creation for many years. Not to mention those rare materials, I have never even heard of them. Yiwu carefully analyzed and said, no wonder it is a god-level potion. All the necessary materials are of divine level, but where can I find the other 3 divine ingredients besides the longevity fruit, which fell from the life forest dungeon? I have absolutely no idea. Not to mention the drop rates, at least with this blueprint, there is still hope. No matter how much effort it takes, I will strive to collect the other materials. This is resurrection after all. Yiwu continued, as for the difficulty in creating something that is hard for human intellect to grasp, as she mentioned, I can use the all-powerful omniscient drug made from the material of the intellect to overcome it. Although the process will surely be very long, I now have a clear direction. The old woman saw him so engrossed and couldn't help but smile. You seem quite confident. Entrusting this blueprint to you is indeed the right choice. I hope that this divine-level blueprint, in your hands, will bear fruit. Ahem, talking so much makes me feel sleepy. You should go find Lai. Since you've helped her, I assume there's something you need her for, right? Hurry along. Yiwu nodded, stood up, all right. Then you should rest. She looked at him, pondering, although your personality is completely different from Muwei's, both of you are filled with ambition and striving. To change this world, it can only rely on young people like you. As an old woman who has crossed the threshold of the underworld once, my survival is but a distant hope. I hope you can let me witness the day this world changes. Yiwu also had his own thoughts. This old woman surely has many secrets, but now is not the time to ask. I'll find the opportunity to inquire more slowly later. Suddenly, Lisa's voice rang out, Yiwu, you're out? Lisa anxiously asked, Master, how is she? Let me check on her. He stopped her, saying, she's asleep now. It's best not to disturb her. Besides, I have something I want to ask you. Lisa's eyes lit up, and she proudly patted her chest. Go ahead. Since you helped me with such a big matter, anything I know, I will definitely tell you. He recounted the situation, and after listening, Lisa pondered, so that's how it is. You asked the right person. Not long ago, I just received a commission to buy items for the fragmented dawn. He curiously asked, are you making demonization drugs for them? Lisa angrily retorted, what are you thinking? I still have some limits. Besides, how could I possibly make that kind of thing? She became serious, but I have a rough idea of who supplied the demonization drugs to the fragmented dawn. As long as we find them, we won't have to worry about not being able to find the people from the fragmented dawn. He was excited. Who are they? Lisa was silent for a moment before answering. They are called the Desperate Poison Society, with a very notorious reputation in the wasteland. Yiwu, after hearing this, pondered and said, Desperate Poison Society. Just hearing the name feels like a villainous organization. Yet this name carries a strange feeling, as if it sees through something. She quickly replied, it's not convenient to talk about it here. Let's discuss it at my house. She turned to Yao Sa beside her and instructed, Sa, you should go home first. Don't keep Uncle worried after being out for so long. Yao Sa smiled and said, all right then, it seems like you all have important matters to discuss. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Now seated at the table, they began their conversation. Yiwu spoke up first, can we talk in detail about the Desperate Poison Society now? Lisa didn't keep him waiting long, quickly explaining, the Desperate Poison Society, as the ominous name suggests, consists of members who are reckless and frenzied in their organization. The main characteristic of this organization is that it only accepts pharmacists. Moreover, the minimum requirement is to be at least a mid-level.
She thought of a woman with white hair and large wings behind her, then continued, these people gather together to accumulate wealth by trading various potent poisons. However, making money is merely a means to achieve their ultimate goal.
Yi Wu asked curiously, what is their ultimate goal?
Lisa slowly said, her eyes filled with disgust, it is to transform all living beings in this world into the forms they desire. To accomplish this, they have used demon beasts as subjects for experimentation.
Most of the products like demonization drugs are the results of these studies. At this point, he immediately asked, earlier you mentioned that they only accept pharmacists from intermediate level and above, does that include master's level as well?
Lisa continued to explain, their leader is a master-level pharmacist.
Besides her, there are many other high-level pharmacists in this organization.
They act modestly and rarely show their faces. Only a few people from major forces or those who have cooperative relationships with them know of their existence. A group of oddballs like that, when gathered together, even in a powerful wilderness, no one dares to provoke them. Otherwise, no one knows what strange things might appear in the country the next day.
Yi Wu raised his hand to cover his mouth, quietly thinking, I didn't expect there to be such an organization in the wilderness.
I've only been in the wilderness for a few days, but I already feel my perspective has been refreshed many times. Previously, I truly had a shallow understanding, but if that organization is made up entirely of pharmacists, he told himself, perhaps I will have a chance. He happily clenched his fist, envisioning an exciting scenario, surely there are many blueprints and materials there.
If I can find their base, won't I strike it rich?
Seeing his expression, Lisa felt a bit puzzled. She thought to herself, clearly, I am speaking seriously, yet why is he so excited? Yi Wu was still thinking about a few things in his mind. No, the important thing now is to find the key clues.
I will think about these things later. Then he spoke up, if this organization is so mysterious, how do you know so much? Could it be that you are also a member of the Desperate Poison Society?
Lisa nervously retorted, oh my, I am completely different from those unethical poison masters. The reason I know so much is that I have a friend who is a regular supplier of medicinal materials for the Desperate Poison Society. Yi Wu said seriously, I am a cautious person, and I approach everything with a skeptical attitude.
Lisa lowered her voice, I'm sorry.
Yi Wu continued, that also means if we can find your friend, and use his connections to infiltrate the Desperate Poison Society, then we can inquire about information regarding the fragmented dawn.
Can you take me to meet him now?
Upon hearing this, Lisa hesitated a bit, stuttering,
About this. Yi Wu noticed her hesitation and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem?
Lisa clasped her hands in front of her stomach and said with difficulty, no problem at all. Since you're helping me with something so big, I have to overcome this little difficulty. Saying that, Lisa ran out of the house, calling back as she went, I will go make arrangements first.
Let's meet in front of the town in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, An agreed, okay.
Yi Wu thought to himself, her expression seems to indicate there's something difficult to say.
Is there something going on between her and that acquaintance?
At this moment, both of them had arrived at the town's gate.
Yasa put a large bag of supplies in the back of the car and said, Yi Wu, this is the dry food for you to eat on the way.
Yao Taizhu beside her also spoke up, since you're going to rescue someone, I won't hold you any longer.
I wish you success. He waved goodbye to them and said, thank you.
Well, I'm leaving first, goodbye.
Lisa was already sitting in the car, looking at him and smiling,
Sasa seems very concerned about you.
You two have just met not long ago.
Yi Wu looked at her and replied, it's a long story.
Drive. The car began to roll away.
The two people left behind were still quite enthusiastic, waving their hands and saying, drive safely.
Yao Sa wiped her tears and said to her father, Dad, am I heartbroken now?
Taizhu laughed heartily, silly girl, your youth has just begun. After some time, they arrived at the company. He spoke first, opening a company in this wilderness, your acquaintance must have some capability. Hearing this, she replied, it's just a pharmacy,
as long as one's heart is dark enough, who can't make money? But the price of this guy is higher than the average market price, and everyone is willing to buy from him, including me. Yi Wu helplessly thought to himself, no matter what, this name sounds poisonous at first glance. It also reminds me of an old song that goes, red pole, white pillar, after eating, just lay flat. As the car approached the company gate, a man stepped out to block the way. He spoke up, "Oh, isn't this Ms. Mo? What wind brought you here today? Quite rare indeed." Lisa sat in the car, impatiently shouted, "I need to see your boss, let me through." Hearing that, he immediately ordered, "All right then, quickly raise the barriers, don't keep the boss and Ms. Mo waiting." An underling promptly opened the way, leading the car ahead. He replied succinctly, "Understood." Yi Wu turned to Lisa, curious, and asked, "I'm increasingly wondering what your relationship with the boss here is. If you were just ordinary friends, those guards wouldn't need to be so respectful." Lisa sighed and softly replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Upon arrival, one of the underlings opened the car door and bowed his head, saying, "Ladies, please come in." As they stepped inside, Yi Wu looked around, unable to hide his astonishment. "Ah. This is..." Lisa, standing beside him, laughed and said, "Surprised, aren't you? The first time I came here, my reaction was no different from yours." Yi Wu furrowed his brows and then said, "Oh, I think I've figured out what kind of person the boss here is." Deep inside, a man was waiting. Seeing the two of them arrive, he shouted, "Oh, Lisa, you finally came. Clearly, I've contacted you countless times before without a response. Yet today, you took the initiative to come. This means..." He paused, his face very smug, then continued, "You finally agreed to marry me, right?" He was Meidik, and upon hearing this, Yi Wu's expression immediately turned unpleasant. "What?" Lisa, standing beside him, seemed unconcerned and replied curtly, "Don't go crazy on me. I'm looking for you about something else." Meidik jumped down from upstairs, muttering, denying in every way, "No." After a bit of theatrics, he suddenly stopped, looking directly at Lisa, "No need to hide your feelings anymore. Just open your heart and jump into my arms." Meidik's actions made Lisa a little scared. He leaped down in front of her, causing her to instinctively step back. She raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face, then gruffly said, "What the hell are you losing your mind about in broad daylight? I've told you countless times, I have zero interest in humans." Though slapped, Meidik still clasped his hands together, mouth agape, face full of joy. "Ah, is this the feeling of love?" He ran his fingers through his blonde hair, speaking gently, "No matter whether you like humans or not, it doesn't matter. As long as I like you, that's enough. My love for you, heaven and earth bear witness." Lisa went crazy and shouted loudly, "Can't you understand human language?" Yi Wu stood beside her, bewildered, thinking to himself, "Isn't this a bit too much information?" Meidik boldly stepped forward, grabbed Lisa's chin, and said in a seductive tone, "If you really weren't interested in me, why did you come looking for me? Surely you need my help, right?" Lisa grimaced, pushed his hand away, and responded, "Get your pig hand off me." "Yes, and so what? I want you to inquire about the fragmented dawn through the Desperate Poison Society." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "So that's it. No need to go through all that trouble. With my intelligence network, I already know quite a bit about the fragmented dawn." Meidik turned and walked away, continuing to speak about recent events. They not only crushed the Horizon combat team that was just recovering but also kidnapped quite a few people from that team. It seems. He turned his head back, grinning wickedly, and added, "Including the family members of the mastermind behind the Horizon combat team." AI Vis beside Yi Wu gently reminded him, "Master, this guy is not lying." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's aura surged as he stepped forward. In his mind, he thought, so Yunfei has really been kidnapped. The fragmented dawn, I will definitely tear you apart with my own hands. Yi Wu's face darkened as he stepped closer to him and said, "If you know so much, you must know where to find the fragmented dawn. Tell me their address." Meidik crossed his arms, looking arrogant, and replied slowly, "Are you angry? It seems you are someone important."
Of course, I know how to find them, but I have a condition. He pointed at Lisa and demanded, as long as Lisa agrees to marry me, I will tell you.
Lisa was taken aback and asked, "What did you just say?"
Medik stepped closer to her, smirking, with your personality, you wouldn't outright deny or refute.
Is this man very important to you? That makes me a bit jealous. But as long as you agree to me, what are those feelings worth? Lisa, annoyed, shouted, "You bastard!"
Yiwu stepped in front of her, raising a hand to stop her, and calmly said, you don't need to pay attention to such unreasonable demands.
Moreover, I am not the type of person who uses favors to force others to do something against their will. Lisa called out to Yiwu from behind.
He exuded an overwhelming aura, put his hands in his pockets, and approached Medik, coldly saying, as long as it's confirmed that he has the information I need, I have countless ways to make him talk.
Medik saw Yiwu approaching and shouted, "Are you in such a hurry to die? Someone, kill this man for me." His subordinates immediately aimed their guns at Yiwu and Lisa. Yiwu looked around and calmly said, "Is this all there is?"
Lisa spread her arms to protect Yiwu and shouted, "Stop.
Don't harm Yiwu."
She said solemnly, "You don't need to oppose them because of me. Yiwu, I understand the pain of losing loved ones very well.
As long as I can repay your kindness, what is a little sacrifice?" Medik was taken aback and asked loudly, "What has this man done that makes you willing to do this for him?"
Lisa coldly smiled and replied, "What Yiwu has done for me, you will never be able to do in this lifetime."
"No need for you to know." He joyfully shouted, "It's fine.
No matter if you hit me or use words to provoke me, my love for you will never waver." Aivis chuckled softly and commented, "Though it's hard to believe, this guy's spectrum color is the truest pink of love." Yiwu helplessly responded, "A lovesick man is indeed the most deadly." He raised his hand, looked at Lisa, and said seriously, "I know you are thinking of me, but this kind of repayment and sacrifice against your own will is truly unnecessary. Therefore, I oppose this marriage." He was furious, shouting, "We are a perfect match, a pair made in heaven.
How dare a kid like you oppose us? I've never liked you anyway.
Although I spared your life for Lisa's sake, if I don't beat you up, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart."
He ordered his subordinates, "Get him. Beat that naive character hard." The subordinates replied, "Understood, senior."
"This guy dares to cause trouble in our territory, he must be tired of living."
Seeing this, Lisa wanted to rush in, Yiwu.
Before she could do anything, Medik hugged her waist and pulled her back. "Don't worry, I won't take his life. Before he loses consciousness, he will reveal the information I want.
After all, I am a man of my word."
Yiwu stood still, but his rage radiated like shockwaves, enough to make the subordinates collapse on the spot.
The screams echoed.
He sarcastically praised, "I didn't expect you to be such a principled person." Medik was astonished, shouting, "One move to wipe out the elite team beside me." Yiwu stepped closer, his cold voice ringing out, "Just so happens I am also very principled. So I will spare you a life, plus one mouth."
He stepped back, stammering, Don't get too cocky.
Even if my men can't subdue you, I still have ways to kill you." Medik threw a few vials containing poison towards Yiwu, loudly proclaiming, "Try the specially crafted poison of mine.
Just a single drop is enough to kill you instantly. Don't underestimate a high-level pharmacist like me."
However, before the poison could get close to Yiwu, he intercepted it.
Medik, furious, shouted, "What? My poison is so easily dissipated?"
At that moment, several henchmen arrived, shooting while shouting, "Senior, we're here to assist."
What exactly is happening here?
Medik saw them and yelled, "Stop talking nonsense.
Quickly eliminate this guy for me." The henchmen responded in unison, "Yes."
They continued their assault, but once again, several bullets were intercepted before they could even touch Yiwu. Yiwu smiled, his tone full of mockery, "Is this all the skill you have to dare open a company in the wilderness? How can you survive, relying only on numbers?"
He continued to use his techniques, shattering everything around him.
Lisa, who stood nearby, was also affected, having to raise her hands to shield herself.
She couldn't help but be astonished at this overwhelming power. I can't believe it.
Lisa thought to herself, this Yiwu was not only a pharmacist master but also an expert engineer.
Moreover, his combat strength is frighteningly strong. How can there be such a person in this world? Medik stood in front of Lisa, blocking some of the influence, and kindly advised, "Are you okay, Lisa? At this point, I'm the man who saved you from the explosion."
Lisa shouted with disdain, "Stop being so self-indulgent.
Even without you, Yiwu wouldn't hurt me."
Yiwu put his hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with killing intent. He sneered, facing overwhelming power and not running away, and even stepping in front of Lisa. "Your level of infatuation truly surprises me."
Medik gritted his teeth and retorted, "Nonsense. If I were so cowardly as to let the woman I love get harmed, what kind of man would I be? I must defeat you."
He took out a vial of medicine, drinking it while gritting his teeth. "For you, Lisa, I'll temporarily abandon my humanity." Immediately, his body transformed into a gigantic lion, roaring fiercely, "You can force me into this form, and you will die a terrible death."
"Humph. You are no exception."
Lisa, seeing this, turned to Yiwu, her voice full of worry. "Is this the mysterious form from the rumors?"
Medik used it to defeat many competitors, winning the drug supply contract for the desperate Poison Society.
Yiwu stared intently at the monster before him, cautiously preparing for battle.
Just then, a voice rang out, "Boom!" and a figure staggered into view.
Hovering above his head were several stars circling around Medik, who had just been struck by a devastating blow.
He knelt before Yiwu, crying and stammering, "I'm sorry. I was wrong? Ho-hoo?"
She looked at the scene before her, unable to hide her surprise, letting out an audible gasp.
Yiwu stepped forward, pinching his ear and lifting him up, laughing and saying, "So this is the reason you like him, Lisa?
Even the demon beast in transformation has to turn into this furry creature." He was lifted up, in so much pain that he cried out, it hurts so much." Yiwu continued, "That's right, I have no resistance to the furry type, while Lisa is the only existence I've ever encountered. Being with her is my lifelong dream." Hearing this, Lisa angrily charged over and kicked him in the head. "Get lost, so you do crave her body, huh?" He screamed in pain, "No, that's not it.
I really like you." He looked at them, sighing silently, thinking to himself, "The only one? I'm also very curious about Lisa's cat ears.
At first, I thought it was just a style choice, but now looking closely it seems she really has them attached.
Could she be non-human?"
At this moment, Yiwu coldly spoke up, "Alright, we should return to the main issue.
Tell me everything you know about the fragmented dawn."
Medik heard this and quickly replied, "Alright, I will tell you everything I know." Medik knelt down and continued, "In reality, the fragmented dawn is now just a tool.
Every move they make is under the direction of someone else.
If you are intent on finding a way to break the fragmented dawn, you will absolutely not uncover anything in the end." Yiwu looked down and interrogated, "So who is the mastermind directing the fragmented dawn?"
Medik immediately replied, "It's the Wuji group."
Yiwu curiously asked, "Who is this Wuji group?" Lisa crossed her arms and explained, "After all, you've only been in the wild for a few days, so it's normal not to have heard of them.
But for those of us living in the wild, the name Wuji group is well known.
They are the biggest and most terrifying evil force in Zone Cone 100.
No one in the area dares to confront them."
Hearing this, Yiwu immediately asked, "With such a large influence, why would they mess with the Horizon combat team? Could it be that there's a grudge?" Medik looked at Lisa and continued, "It's not that there's a grudge. It's rumored that this matter is related to the death of Hormutu."
Lisa turned to ask, "Hormutu is dead? When did this happen?"
Yiwu recalled past events, thinking to himself, 1 million before, wasn't I able to get it for free? Medik continued, "Not long ago, Hormutu, Iju Tian, and Yi Fei were hired by the Huang Zheng group to kill someone, I forget the name, but none of the three teams survived." He couldn't help but wonder,
but what does this have to do with the Wuji group?
Upon hearing this, he quickly replied, the manner of death of those three teams was not only extremely tragic but also resembled the person that the Wuji group was searching for. Maydik continued, the one who killed them was Larkorn.
Yi Wu, upon hearing this, gasped and shouted, what?
The cold eyes of the Chinese individuals turned towards the intruder.
Yi Wu immediately questioned, ancient god Larkorn? Could it be that the Wuji group is also a follower of the ancient god like the Ancient Lords Advent Society?
Maydik explained, the leader of the Wuji group is an agnostic, he worships power and looks down on faith. Therefore, it is very likely that he is only interested in the power of the ancient god. The Wuji group became the largest force in Area C-100 also relates to the guidelines set by this leader in building his team. He likes to collect various forms of ancient mystical power and attract those with special abilities. As long as they have a specialty, they would not refuse. He continued, although the reward that Wuji group has offered to the Horizon combat team this time is not high, the actions of the Fragmented Dawn are extremely proactive.
This must be a way to show loyalty. Yi Wu was furious, shouting, the Fragmented Dawn and Wuji group?
You have messed with the wrong person. Lisa beside him hurriedly advised, Yi Wu, please calm down a bit. Maydik chimed in, great God, quickly reign in your divine powers.
Otherwise, my crumbling building will collapse.
Yi Wu restrained his anger, saying, sorry, I couldn't control my emotions for a moment.
Maydik wiped the sweat off his forehead, responding, it's all right.
I completely understand your feelings, but don't worry too much.
Your family is definitely safe.
Inside, Yi Wu was overwhelmed with emotions. He had confirmed that the one behind the Horizon combat team is the true boss. Not only does he possess extraordinary strength, but he is also very likely to have the power of an ancient god.
People like that cannot be provoked.
Maydik solemnly continued, the type of reckless and ruthless people like the Fragmented Dawn will usually leave no one alive, let alone take hostages. If they choose to capture your family this time, it must be to lure the true boss out. This means that as long as you don't fall into their trap, they will not harm your family.
Yi Wu smiled and said, isn't it just the right time? I want to dive into the net as well.
Just give me the location of the Wuji group's base. Maydik agreed, alright, no problem. Compared to underground places like the Fragmented Dawn, the Wuji group's base is more fixed. After all, they are a large force with over 10,000 people. Kaiga City, also known as the Wuji group's base, is a large stronghold about 1,000 kilometers to the east. It occupies 4 safe zones from the southwest to the northeast, located right on the main safe road. Regardless of whether you are an individual or a company, anyone wanting to reach the large area in the east must pay a toll to Chung Kaiwan. If not, they can only take a smaller, dangerous detour and explore on their own.
Yi Wu rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, is the Wuji group really that dominant? Even large corporations in the safe zone don't seem to matter, yet they dare to charge them a toll? Maydik nodded, that's right. Because the Wuji group has an overall strength comparable to that of the large corporations' battalions. For example, Huang Zhang is currently cooperating with them.
Therefore, it's best not to confront the Wuji group. Whatever they want, just give it to them, after all, life is more important than anything else. Yi Wu closed his eyes to ponder. Maydik hurriedly waved his hands to explain, of course, I don't mean to belittle you. Although you are very strong, it is nonetheless difficult for one person to contend against a large group. They are familiar with the wilderness terrain and have the advantage of home turf. If it comes to direct confrontation, winning against them is nearly impossible. Instead of making a big deal out of it, wouldn't it be better to turn a big issue into a small one, and a small issue into nothing at all? Yi Wu coldly replied, alright, I understand how you think. But that does not suit me. The matter of the Wuji group is something I will handle myself. Now, tell me, how can I find the Fragmented Dawn? Maydik answered, typically, there is only one way for them to come to you. You can't actively find them. But I have a way to lure them out. They usually take on high-level missions, commonly requiring payment upfront before they start. I will set a price that they cannot refuse, and then. Yi Wu continued, I will pay this amount, 50 million.
Is that enough? Mo Lisa gasped and shouted, 50 million? Yi Wu, are you that wealthy? Could it be that you are the heir of a large corporation in the safe zone?
Maydik was also astonished. I originally planned to say 8 million would be enough. I didn't expect you to immediately offer 50 million. This amount is almost a quarter of the annual revenue of my 4 companies. Yi Wu said calmly, don't talk about 50 million, as long as it can lure those people out, I'd spend 1 billion without hesitation.
Anyone who dares to harm my family and friends shouldn't expect to survive.
Mo Lisa and Maydik nodded in agreement, their expressions deep in thought. The feeling of oppression is too strong. Yi Wu looked at the system panel, calculating in his heart, but the forced timing of the Shadow King world is coming soon. The urgent thing is to adjust the strategic focus immediately. The top priority is to prepare well for that world. Right now, at the drug base, there's an opportunity to replenish the medicine, otherwise, as soon as it's transmitted back, those 3 mysterious high-level beings will open the door and kill us.
He turned to Maydik and asked, do you have powerful attack medicine? I need it urgently.
Maydik responded immediately, without hesitation, of course, I have some.
He led Yi Wu to a room and opened the door.
I don't have good medicine to save people, but if it's the insidious, cruel attack types, then I have plenty.
Almost every type is sufficient.
As the door opened, inside revealed large shelves filled with vials of various colors. Maydik pointed at the shelves, introducing, these are what I've collected, feel free to take.
Also, there are some other types in the warehouse. Later, I'll take you to choose.